Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us on get out and vote Tuesday. How about that?
Ooh.
I voted. See, there it is. Oh, there it is. I don't know how many people know it's election days, eh? It's one of those off year. It's not a midterm election. It's not a gubernatorial or presidential election. It's a bunch of proposals we're voting on. But
Yeah.
how you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. Not too shabby. Can't complain. Feeling good. Feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Hey, man. Feeling good, feeling great. Can't complain. Texas might have an offensive line. That's
Beautiful.
amazing. I still can't believe it took 9 games.
Hey, that's okay though.
What?
The folks, the viewers, the listeners, they were getting on us for being negative yesterday. I was being negative. Somebody, my man Chan, congratulated you for cutting me off mid-sentence because he was I was too negative at one point. So the positivity, they got an offensive line. That's where we could go. Maybe. We don't know. It's looking like that. There's still 3 games to prove otherwise. But as of right now, like I said yesterday, and we'll continue to say for the next 2 weeks leading up to Georgia, this is the best I've felt about Texas football all year, and it's coming at the best time. So I'm going to
Okay, well then let's get the negative out of the way right now, because what if they'd have played Cole Hudson at left guard, Connor Robertson at center? Would they have gotten 4th and goal from the 1 against Ohio State? Would they have been able to protect Arch Manning at Florida instead of him getting sacked 6 times and hit 12 times? You know how many times he got hit against Vanderbilt?
Once, and there was that touchdown to Emmett Mosley, wasn't it?
Once, yeah.
Yeah, where he knew he was going to get hit and deliver the strike. But
would they have more of a running game by now? Would they? Would? I know. I'll leave it at that.
That's what the kids are doing.
Yeah, what is that? What is that?
It's the 6'7". I don't get it. Like, I'm getting old. I don't understand it. I saw the NFL commercial. It's a song, apparently. So let's see.
It's a song.
Yeah, it's a song. Slang term. Became popular on TikTok. The song Doot Doot by Skrilla. So, yeah, when you saw CJ Baxter after his touchdown catch do this in the stands, and all the other student section did it back, that's what that meant, 6'7". It's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
And he's nuts. That's not it, Rodney. That's not it. But it does look interesting. I don't really try to hate on these youngsters nowadays because I was a youngster once upon a time, and I didn't like getting hated on for our slang and the things that we did. And I'm sure your generation were the same thing, trying to be rebellious, trying to be cool, trying to, create your own culture, your own identity that's different than the ones that came before you. I get it. So I'm going to let the youngsters have it. I'm going to ride with it. It's cool. If that means CJ Baxter's going to score more touchdowns so he could do this in the crowd, I'm all for it.
Okay. Because that typically is like
something. Yeah.
A juggled catch or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm just a 58-year-old white guy.
Hey, you got rhythm. You just came back from the Ice Cube concert.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I just saw they were coming up on the 10th anniversary of the celebration of life I went to for Prince.
Oh, wow.
Can't believe it's been 10 years, but Yeah, man, I try to, back in the day, I had a little flavor. I had a little something.
Got it. You still got a little something.
Still trying to.
Hey,
all right.
You got flavor like Allen Iverson? I watched the documentary just for you. Just for you.
Well, hopefully you enjoyed it.
Amazing.
It's good, right?
Oh, it's good. Yeah, again, had me in tears, man.
Yeah.
It's one of those. I love Allen Iverson. His story, his struggle. He was vulnerable. He was raw. It was uncut. Shaq, Steph Curry, everybody was involved, did a really good job. I was very impressed. 40 people on your payroll is crazy, though.
Yeah. And
what?
I know. I mean,
what's number 38 doing? Like, what's you got 40 people on the payroll. These are all your homies and kinfolk.
And who's handling the payroll?
Yeah.
Like, is AI like going out and balling and drinking all night and then coming back and doing payroll in the morning? I mean,
one of my favorite parts was his Uncle Gregory when he got drafted. He was like, "Yeah, nephew, I'm coming. Like, you 19 years old. I'm coming to Philly with you." Like, yo, can you be invited first, Uncle Gregory? Like, I get it. You helped out a ton to make me the man I am. If I'm Allen Iverson, but yeah, Uncle Gregory, and he brought his aunt, her 3 kids, his mama, his baby mama at the time. Oh, it was nuts. It was nuts. And one thing I didn't really think about also, Chip, with Allen Iverson, him being from Virginia and getting drafted by Philadelphia, too close. Those are two places that are just way too close to one another. So it was easy for him to always be around the homies and family because that was just a easy drive to go back home to Virginia where he was.
He'd have been drafted by the Orlando Magic or the Phoenix Suns or the Seattle Supersonics.
Yeah.
Sacramento Kings. Yeah.
Yeah, because kinfolk could go to the game Friday night and be back tomorrow to see their parole officer on Saturday back in Virginia.
Yeah,
it was too easy. It was too convenient. That's why, some things went south. Again, it's a beautiful story. That Allen Iverson, like I said yesterday, he's a beautiful soul. He loves his family, loves the people that helped make him the man he was, and he was not going to leave those folks around.
Right. And here's the thing. They don't go into it in great detail, but he was out in the streets and he was doing illegal stuff. And he was doing it to put some money in his mom's pocket so that they could feed AI and his sister and have a life because they were homeless at one point. I mean, so I get why AI felt obliged to help everybody, help those 40 people. And he was making great money. I mean, he's a 4-time scoring champion. He defied the odds. He's the best 6'0" player in the history of the NBA. I mean, I don't think there's any argument there. And I wish we could have gotten a little bit more from Shaq about, making him the vice president of Reebok. Because that was clearly a move by Shaq, who was the enemy in the greatest achievement in Allen Iverson's career, which was that finals that he helped the Sixers get to with no supporting cast against the Lakers in 2001.
Yeah, who was the second best player on that team? Could you think of one?
McKee, Eric Snow, Mutombo. It was Mutombo.
Yeah.
It was Mutombo. But yeah, it's a great documentary. I mean, whether you like Allen Iverson or you thought he was too much, you'll understand why when you see this documentary, and he's been to hell and back.
Yeah.
And
Stephen A was really good too.
Yeah, Stephen A.
Stephen A was really good in it because that was how he, when he was first starting his career, he was a beat writer in Philadelphia and he followed Allen Iverson. And yeah, he went into really good detail about that. But
can you give us some Mutombo? Can you give us some Mutombo?
No. Oh, not in my house. Absolutely not. No. It's just any other African brother. I would do the same accent if you told me to do Eddie Murphy from Coming to America. Like, it's the exact same. Just an African brother that used to run with cheetahs and jump over giraffes, man.
Well, and don't forget, Iverson was an unbelievable football player.
Oh man, those football highlights are crazy.
Unbelievable.
He win in state in football and basketball and being the best player. That's not normal stuff.
No.
Like at all. But there's nothing normal about that. And just, I've heard a lot of stories and seen the documentaries. They made a 30 for 30 about the bowling alley incident. And I, seen that before. And obviously they had to get into that too, because that was a huge part of his life. He was locked up.
Oh, yeah. He was supposed to be in prison for at least 5 years.
Which is crazy.
Or there was a huge brawl in a bowling alley, and it was like the only person identified was Allen Iverson, for God's sake. And the judge was hell-bent.
Dirty.
And, he had all these people coming to his aid, teachers, people speaking on his behalf, and he's thinking, I'm going to get probation or nothing. And he got 15 years in prison, 10 years of that, deferred his probation, 5 years hard time. And it was a federal case. So getting those years reduced is, tough, but he did. And his mom, went to the governor, went to everybody and said, hey, this is wrong. Like, this is wrong. And they listened. And it's a great documentary. I hope people check it out.
Yeah. Yeah. He never got out of that area. Like, he was always in that just part of the country, Virginia to DC to Philadelphia. So again, it was just so easy to be around people that were comfortable for him. And it got to the point to where it was 40 people on his payroll, man. That's insane. Like, when we make jokes about Uncle Elroy and stuff, oh, yeah, I'm going to start saying Uncle Gregory for AI's uncle. Because Uncle Gregory said, yo, I'm coming, nephew. Like, we all coming. Like, you have no choice. Like, you 19 years old, we coming to Philly with you. And the homies came, and yeah, man, that's great story. Yeah, I'm glad you made me watch it. I was watching AI highlights earlier. That dude, so vicious, man. Couldn't stay in front of him.
Oh,
no one could stay in front of him. You knew that crossover was coming too. And people just think of the crossover, which I think it makes them forget about the fundamentals of the game that he had down. His mid-range jumper, it was up there with the Kobe's. It was up there with the Jordans. It's up there with the Kevin Durant's. And for his size, you have to get it off. That's where the quickness and speed came into play because, again, you couldn't stay in front of him. But after the crossover, you got to do something with the pill. You got to do something with the rock, and that's to put it in the basket. And any which way you wanted it, Allen Iverson could do it, man. Teardrop floaters, mid-range game. His long ball was decent, but he didn't need that. No one needed that back then. Incredible player.
Yeah. All right, we got some NFL trade deadline news.
What up, Collier?
So, real quick, the Dallas Cowboys are finalizing a trade for Quinnen Williams, the New York Jets defensive tackle. The Cowboys will send 2026 second-round pick a 2027 first-round pick, and defensive tackle Mozzie Smith to the Jets. Jesus, that's a lot. And the Cowboys will get the 3-time Pro Bowler Quinnen Williams, and they traded for Logan Wilson at linebacker. Let's bring in Hank South, managing editor, MVP of Horns247.com. Hank, are you a Cowboys fan?
I mean, I guess if I had to pick a team, I've never had a rooting interest in really any NFL team. I just kind of like watching the Texas guys at the next level. So that's kind of and fantasy football guys that help me. So,
well, they got to get Kenneth Murray off the field because that guy is terrible. So if Logan Wilson can help with that, and Quinnen Williams. Now you covered Quinnen Williams, Hank.
Yeah,
Quinnen Williams. He's been in the league a minute. I mean, it feels like the Cowboys are giving up a lot. They're giving up a second-round pick and a first-round pick.
That long.
He was what? I think he was 2019 class.
Yeah, I mean,
draft class. Now his recruitment was funny. He was he's from Birmingham, and he was committed to Auburn for a minute. And then I think he decommitted. This was like the summer of 2015, I think. And he set a commitment ceremony to announce his next commitment. And I think most people were projecting Alabama for him. But he walked into his commitment ceremony, or, back when they used to, they still do it, but he walks into the auditorium or wherever he was doing it. And he's just wearing an Alabama shirt. And it was just like, I'm committed to Alabama. It was just simple. So that's one of the more memorable commitments. But I mean, he blew up that 2018 season. I want to say was kind of his just dominant year that really propelled him up draft boards. But the Jets just, Sauce Gardner to the Colts, that then gave A.D. Mitchell was part of that trade to go to the Jets, I guess. And now
Jets sentence.
Yeah, the Jets are making some moves.
Yeah,
poor A.D. Mitchell.
I wouldn't say poor A.D. Mitchell because it wasn't working in Indianapolis. He dropped the ball before he crossed the end zone. That was a bad moment.
But he was trying to – he wasn't going to Deshaun Jackson there. He was trying to, shift the ball. It was terrible, everything.
It was terrible. Fire.
Well, maybe, but who's going to throw him the football? Yeah. Not Justin Fields. I mean – ask Garrett Wilson how that's going. But, Hank, Quinnen Williams, he's been in the league 7 years. 7 years. You're giving up a second-round pick next year and a first-round pick in 27? God. I mean, defensive lineman? I mean, what are we expecting, 3 years from him?
Cam Hayward.
Okay. He only played 8 games last year, but all right, Hank, let's get down to it. Zay and I were talking about it. I think everybody's talking about it in Longhorn Nation. They play Cole Hudson at left guard and Connor Robertson at center, and Arch Manning gets hit once. He's protected. He completes 25 of 33 for 328 yards, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers. They run the ball for 100 yards. Not great, but at least it's 100 yards. Your thoughts on the Sarkisian and Kyle Flood apparently needing 9 games to figure out maybe what could have been known from the jump?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what on message boards and talking about it, everyone was saying, this should be the move. And obviously, the coaches know their players better than most. So, there was reasoning behind it with Stroh and Brooks kind of filling into that left guard spot. But I think we were saying this before the OU game, in that just experience matters. And I think Sark even mentioned it yesterday. In the end, that can trump talent at times. And so, Connor Robertson, who's had years of experience, as the reserve center behind Jake Majors, and Cole Hudson, who's had years of experience playing his natural position, which is guard. So it's let's try that out. DJ Campbell's already been playing pretty decent at his right guard spot, and the tackles, Baker has had rough games, but he's getting better, and Goosby's been pretty good all year. It all just clicked. And so, we're sitting there watching the game. It was just like, it was insane to see Arch with so much time, and he can actually go through reads, and he's not having to, scramble for his life or take big hits. I think he took one hit.
One hit.
Yeah, one hit on that pass to Mosley. So, I mean, it just, then you see the kind of the night and day difference that Arch Manning can be with offensive line play. I think on top of just the offensive line, having both Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter healthy, like I saw Wisner pick up just a free rusher off the edge. That would have been a huge sack, probably, if, you have a guy like, no shade to Christian Clark or like James Simon or those guys, but that just shows experience there too, in terms of the pass blocking. So, no, it was huge, and we'll see if they can keep it going. And like you said, I mean, the rushing numbers weren't like mind boggling, but also Texas was having a lot of success throwing the ball, and I think Sark really wanted to push it to get it to the receivers and let them make plays in space, because Vanderbilt just was having no success tackling Texas's receivers out on the perimeter. So I'll be curious to pretty good test coming up against the Georgia defensive front. But Vandy wasn't a slouch, and they were a top 20 defense, I think, all around. So that was encouraging to see in terms of projecting this team's potential playoff hopes, because I think we've all said it, this team will go as far as the offensive line takes them. This version of the offensive line looks like, if that's their base level, or like that's like, what they can build off of, if they just keep getting better from that, they should have a pretty good group, by the end of the month.
Yeah, Hank, you had to be impressed with Arch Manning's performance, and especially just the aura and presence that he had this past Saturday. I mean, you saw it before the game where he's cursing in front of the camera and stuff, and he was just hyped up. Yeah. And coming off of that concussion, you would think it would be the opposite in the way. You would think a guy would be more reserved and a little cautious, because you know what you're dealing with this offensive line. You've taken a bunch of hits, and you don't want to see that, light flash before your eyes in the Vanderbilt game. But again, he was poised, he was confident, and obviously that feeds off into his teammates. What has impressed you just from Arch Manning from the beginning of the season to now at this point, heading into the last 3 games, which is going to be intense last 3 games?
Yeah, I mean, he's just progressively gotten better. I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous for him coming off a concussion. With the style of play we were used to seeing, where he was just getting he's playing hero ball, just getting jacked up, and taking big hits left and right. But I think, he ran the ball once. I want to say, I don't have his box score right in front of me, but
and slid.
He slid, and Vanderbilt's like, that could have been a penalty too that wasn't called, where they went at his head. But no, he's just gotten better and better. I thought this version of Arch, I think the Sam Houston, he was getting a lot of flack for being hyped against Sam Houston, but obviously coming off that few game stint where he was having trouble, you can't blame him. But he seemed like he was playing the loosest version of himself, and not like a reckless loose. Like he was having fun. Like you said, the pregame, yelling in the camera. I think there's a clip of him kind of like dancing on the field in warmups. Even, I thought that was like the most relaxed version of Arch I've seen in media so far after the game. And, it helps when you play really well, but he was smiling, cracking jokes. Like he typically, not that he doesn't, not that he's like rude or anything. He just doesn't really like talking to media a lot. He's just really soft spoken, but he was saying, hey, maybe the concussion helped, like jokingly, obviously. And then, he talked about getting pulled over last week. So it was honestly like the most kind of like relaxed I had seen him in just a post game setting. But no, he's gotten better and better each week. He's had some rough outings, but I think, we're starting to see the version of him that, we've seen in the past, against when he played last year and in replacing Quinn Ewers when he was hurt. We're seeing that kind of come together. And I'm not going to be one that like jumps in and say, oh, back to the Heisman talk or, number 1 draft pick, but you're starting to see it all start to click for him. And, he's making, there was 2 different throws, I think, just in the press box, it's like those are like NFL level throws where he's like putting the ball where it needs to be before the receiver even breaks. And so you're starting to see that more and more. He's not doing these wild misses. He's able to, change the play at the line of scrimmage, change the protections. The the first play of the game to Wingo, Sark said was an RPO where, they saw the DBs coming up to blitz and they had the opportunity to get to Wingo. And Sark said he put the ball perfect on Wingo's hands to where he could, take it in stride and cut up the sideline. So you're starting to see that more and more. He's getting more comfortable in the offense. I think the game's slowing down for him. Yeah, I mean, if he can keep playing like this, if the offensive line, it's not going to be every game that he's not going to take hits. He's still going to take hits. But if they can give him, that, kind of average level of protection that, I think this team, they have a chance, with this 3-game slate left and, everyone's kind of just writing them off as not writing off, but everyone, the conversation now is, can a 9-3 Texas make the playoff? And, they're 7-2. They're not 9, like they don't have a third loss yet. So let's see how they do, see this bye week, everyone gets healthy, safeties get back, Wingo can recover a little bit. But it seems like they're starting to kind of hit their stride at the right time.
Yeah. I mean, this is a potential game changer. Now, if there's a test that you need to pass as an offensive line, it is going to Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, Longhorn Nation probably has UTSD from the 13 sacks and 1.1 yard per carry average that Georgia came up with against Texas in their 2 meetings last year, Hank. And I know Georgia only has 8 sacks through 8 games, which is wild considering Texas has 34. But Kirby's coming. We've seen teams with bad sack numbers. Florida had 4 sacks going into the Texas game and came out with 10. Came out 6 against Texas. But your thoughts about going to Athens?
Yeah. Night game in Athens, it's going to be pretty rowdy, but hey, let's not look past Mississippi State for Georgia, and what I want to say about this weekend is Georgia goes to Mississippi State, Texas.
Crap.
Yeah, that's a tough game, but I will say, if Mississippi State trips up Georgia this weekend, that's probably the worst case scenario for Texas in that you're going to have a really pissed off Georgia team back home against Texas the next weekend, which, if you look back to last year, they were coming off the loss to Bama where they almost came back and won, and everyone was, kind of questioning them then. Kirby used that as fuel to piss them off to come play Texas, and we saw what happened. So, I think if you're a Texas fan, you probably want to cheer for the Bulldogs this weekend to handle Mississippi State, regardless of whether that makes that overtime win look worse or not. I think you want a content Georgia team, not a chip on your shoulder Georgia team against in Athens. But no, it's going to be a heck of a challenge. Playing at night, coming off a bye week. So, that's kind of the best case scenario for Texas, with an opportunity to get Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald back. Cause the guys that filled in, they struggled here and there, but like having that veteran leadership on the back end of the defense, and obviously Jelani with, his playmaking ability, he's one of the highest graded defenders on the team. That's going to be really, really important to kind of have all the pieces together in place there. But yeah, it'll be a challenge for the offense as well. I actually wrote down notes on kind of, because I was looking, if you want a formula for beating Georgia, let me find my notes. Hold on. I looked back at the Bama game, who, obviously Bama went to Athens earlier this season, and it was a very competitive game. It wasn't that like, where Bama went up by a ton and like we saw in 2024, and then Georgia came storming back. But they limited turnovers. They were really good on third down. So you're coming off a game where you're 7 of 11 on third down. I think that's numbers Sark really likes to see. So, if you can continue that, Bama was 13 of 19 on third downs, I guess. They won the time of possession, which obviously always helps. And what's interesting is Bama wasn't like really effective with their run game. I think they were just getting Jamarian Miller back. I don't have the exact stats right in front of me, but they just kept kind of emphasizing the run game, even if it wasn't, getting you a ton, because then it sets up Ty Simpson in the passing game. So I think if I'm sure Sark is looking at the Bama film on how they attacked Georgia and what worked for them. And again, we said this going into the season, like, obviously you never want to underestimate Georgia. Kirby Smart's obviously, they're best of the best, but this Georgia team lost a lot. Like, this isn't last year's Georgia team that, had that insane defensive front. with all the guys that were just terrorizing Texas last year in DKR. And so, you know, and then on the flip side, on the offensive side of the ball, like what confuses me is like you're seeing Gunnar Stockton get Heisman buzz, and then you go and look at Gunnar Stockton's actual numbers and where he ranks. It's like Arch Manning is ahead of Gunnar Stockton in like several categories, but it's Gunnar Stockton that's getting the buzz. Not that he's like a favorite, but he's in like, you know, the top list on the odds sheet. So, you know, I think this team is beatable. I think the Texas defense, you know, they're going to, you know, keep the team in this game. I think it's the offense, you know, being efficient, you know, maximizing your possessions. You know, Texas is on a really good streak of not turning the ball over. They can keep doing that, you know, still get the ground game going here and there, maybe a kind of a Vanderbilt model, and, you know, get a healthy Ryan Wingo back. I mean, Emmett Mosley has seemingly changed this offense. I think having those two guys complement each other has been huge for Arch as well. So, you know, I don't have a score prediction yet. I'm optimistic Texas can go in there and win, but I'm not sure if I'm going to predict that just yet, because after all, night game at Georgia. Let's see what Georgia does at Mississippi State this weekend first.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Hank, because I definitely think that's a trap game going to Starkville. And
by the way, Georgia outrushed Alabama. Georgia had 227 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Bama had 38 carries for 117 yards.
Yeah.
And Alabama won because Simpson was 24 of 38. Very similar numbers to what Quinn had against Alabama and Michigan, by the way. 276 yards and 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, Sark's got to be in his bag.
Sark probably has that tape turned on for, you know, drawing up what they want to do. But, yeah, that'll be a fun game. I'm excited for it. It's hard to, you know, wait another week and a half, but we'll see.
Go ahead, Zay.
Okay, just making sure. Psychologically, Hank, Kirby Smart, just that you could say that he has something over Steve Sarkisian. Yeah. And, you know, in the SEC, it's not a rivalry, Georgia versus Texas at this point, but it's definitely a rivalry with Steve Sarkisian and Kirby Smart. Just talk about that a little bit, like how Sark has to get over just the psychological effect in this game coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a good point. You know, it's kind of like the best of both Nick Saban assistants of all time, where it's like Kirby Smart's the defensive guru, Steve Sarkisian is the offensive guru. But yeah, I mean, that's another thing you kind of have to factor in. Like, does it start getting his head and press a little bit, or maybe try something that he wouldn't normally do to shake things up? But Kirby Smart's like the master of like making his guys think they're the underdog when, you know, they've been the best team in college football for so many years. So yeah, I don't know. I certainly, you know, Texas 0-2 last year. They almost got it done against Georgia in the SEC championship game. You know, they were a Jade Barron pick 6 away from taking the lead if Jalen Gilbo turns around and blocks. I think it was Oscar Delp that ended up getting that tackle. But no, I mean, they've been so close. You know, but yeah, the mental factor is certainly, we can go back and look at, you know, trying to think of other games that, you know, who's like what's another like matchup where, you know, even like Mac Brown back with like during the OU years when they were just running, you know, doing whatever they wanted against Texas for so long. And then 05, you know, 04, I think was 12-0. And so you saw a competitive Texas. 05, they finally broke through, and that was their national championship year. Then going forward, it was more back and forth. So, yeah, but no, I think it is kind of the making of a little bit of an SEC rivalry, especially if you start to consider Texas's, you know, last year before the SEC championship game, Texas lands Justice Terry, who was forever considered like a Georgia lock. This past summer, they get Tyler Atkinson, who was considered a big time Georgia lean. So yeah, at least on the recruiting trail, it's a rivalry. So maybe that, you know, extends more into onto the football field as well. Yeah, Day can't beat Michigan. That's a great one. CB.
Yeah. Okay. So what else stood out to you about the win over Vanderbilt and what might, you know, signal some kind of positive momentum?
Yeah. You know, I think the offensive line was my biggest takeaway in terms of like that all coming together. I want to make sure I don't overlook something. So let me go find my notes. all my notes for talking points. Offensive line. Hold on. Bear with me. And
I figured you.
Here we go. I just want to make sure. I thought, Ryan Niblett looked human. That was, what cracked me up is like the entrance to the game, like they were following Niblett. Like he's now the fan favorite. Like they were like following him coming out of the tunnel and showing him on the camera. But he didn't really get a ton of opportunities, and Vanderbilt wasn't trying to give him opportunities either. I think one of the punts that kind of did the not the rugby style, but the punter held it for a while just to like get their guys down there a little bit faster. I think how can you overlook Colin Simmons? Obviously, that was, he was doing whatever he wanted. With the forced fumble recovery. I think he's in the top. He's getting close to the nation's lead in sacks. I think he's still like 2.5 behind David Bailey, who Texas tried to get out of the portal as well. Can you imagine Colin Simmons and David Bailey being on the same team if like that would have been a thing? I think he's the nation's leader in sacks, and he's up there in TFLs too. But Simmons is coming around. I mean, he's doing all this in the last handful of games. You would have thought he would have padded his stats in non-conference play. He's starting to pad his stats in SEC play, which I think is almost, all the more impressive. I can't overlook Ethan Burke, who led the team in sacks last season. You wrote your story on that last night, Chip. That was, that certainly, Texas is living up to the hype that they came into the season with at that position.
Finally, one of my predictions is coming true.
I thought the defensive line did really. There was one play like Justice Terry was getting some snaps early in the game, and he was penetrating that offensive line big time. Like I don't have his exact snap count in front of me, but I was impressed with what he was able to do. Hero Canoe, I think that kind of went in as an under the radar addition in January, but he's been as important as pretty much most on the. Anthony Hill. Tab. He's been up there in terms of importance on Texas's defense, and getting the young DBs some snaps. Cade Phillips got a lot of play. Like Stark was saying, he was doing so well, he just wanted to leave him in there, and so I think that's important to kind of get him some. And I thought it was interesting too. He noted, not that there's an open cornerback position for the comp, but he said that they're kind of opening that competition up a little bit to I guess raise the level of play, obviously opposite Manny Muhammad, to see if, other guys can kind of keep their spot on the field a little bit. Also getting younger guys, and also guys getting nicked up as well. That didn't help. They were down a lot of their starting DBs, and people wonder how does Vanderbilt come back? Well, it's a Heisman Trophy candidate quarterback who has a ton of experience against reserve DBs in the fourth quarter that are kind of just not trying, but obviously, that wasn't, I think, the position Texas wanted to be in, and Pavia took advantage of it. So, but yeah, I think it's defensive side of the ball. I think the pass rushing, that's coming alive. I would think that A&M would, or whatever the team is under, since with Texas being off, they obviously can't pad their sack totals this weekend, so they'll probably lose that crown right now or this coming weekend. But we'll see if they can take it back by the end of the season.
Yeah. Hank, what's going on the recruiting trail? Getting playoffs starting and stuff like that. What's happening there?
So, I think yesterday was a month out from National Signing Day, early signing period, if you will. But it is National Signing Day now. That's when most of the classes are filled up in terms of the high school editions. But, Texas is in a spot where, the most of their high school class is done. There's little pieces here and there that they're trying to add. They want to get another linebacker. I think offensive line is still important. Obviously they want to get some more talent there. That's going to be a big portal spot. I would imagine as well. And then, little pieces here and there. I think they're looking at another defensive back, that they're trying to bring in at least one more edge rusher to pair up with Richie Wesley out of California. And so this past weekend, they actually had an official visitor on campus, the 3-star linebacker who's committed to Florida State, Karan Maycock. He's from Miami Central. So he's down there with Dia Bell in South Florida, Derek Cooper as well. But he was on campus with his whole family. He was getting a ton of attention from the staff. He was sitting front row in the recruit section, sitting with Diabell and his family. And so, you kind of look at Florida State and, I think most assume Mike Norvell is going to get let go after this season. He was almost fired a few weeks ago after I think their loss to Cal, or was it Stanford, whichever one of their West Coast games. Yeah, Stanford and the ACC Stanford Cardinal. So, you would think that would be like a pretty self-explanatory flip, but I talked to him yesterday and I said, where do you stand with Florida State? And he said, even if Coach Norvell's not there, he still loves the program. So, you got to respect that. A kid, he committed to the program as well as, the coaching staff. So he said it's a Texas Florida State battle. He's going to kind of just weigh his options the next few weeks. But yeah, that's kind of where Texas is at in linebacker. I think edge rusher is interesting. Guys like Dre Quinn, who they've, finished second to Clemson in the summer. He's now decommitted from Clemson. He's trying to get back on campus for the Arkansas game or possibly even the Texas A&M game, depending on his playoff schedule. Some other guys, I should add, all these coaching changes are also possibly reopening, opportunities for Texas to circle back on guys that maybe they wanted in the summer, didn't get, they committed elsewhere. Now those schools are going through coaching changes. Is that a chance for them to go look at these kids now? And so I think this week with them being off is a good opportunity for them to kind of be like, okay, what's the lay of the land? Auburn fired Hugh Freeze, LSU's fired Brian Kelly. So you look at LSU's commitment list, it's filled with like guys that were top Texas targets, whether it be Lamar Brown, the 5-star defensive lineman. There's an offensive lineman, Briston Martinez, who they're looking at a 4-star offensive tackle, and a handful of other guys as well. Jabari Mack, a big-time playmaking wide receiver. We'll see if they take another high school wide receiver at this point. But I think this is a good chance for them to kind of look at that. And, I would expect these coaching changes to at least, produce, at least guys that Texas is going to try to bring in for late visits or even try to flip late down the stretch. Typically happens around this time of the year. So that's kind of where they're at. I think, the linebacker position, offensive line, defensive tackle, I think they'd like to maybe get one more of those, especially with, you look at their class, they have a lot of guys that other schools are trying to flip as well, especially in that defensive line position group. So I think, they're trying to make sure they're covering all their bases looking there, and then possibly in that defensive secondary as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see high school, but obviously a lot's going to be at this point is a few more high school spots. Then I think they're just going to look towards the portal, come January for the rest of those needs.
What's the number one priority in this class, Hank?
You thinking like portal or just like high school development
number one priority, sure. Portal or high school?
I think it's become offensive line. I think, credit the offensive line. They're putting it together, but I think, you have to kind of assume that you're going to lose some guys to the portal in the offseason. I think guys that, have waited around to get playing time, maybe not happy with it, they'll probably go. You need some instant impact guys. Trevor Goosby's going to have a decision depending on what his draft feedback is. DJ Campbell's going to be gone. You just got to kind of, obviously you have to have some instant impact guys. Texas didn't do it this past season, and it hurt them, in certain situations this season where they didn't have that continuity on the offensive line. And, they tried to get Emmanuel Pregnon. They had John Mills committed out of high school. So I think offensive line has become the biggest need. But, you can make arguments. I think, depending on what happens on the defensive line, who they lose, who comes back, it all kind of, one day you might not need a position. The next day, you have 3 guys under the portal and you got to go get some guys. So I'll be curious, if running back becomes a bigger need, depending on, what happens in that room, if they need to go get, kind of an instant impact guy there. But yeah, I think linebacker is getting more and more important just in terms of, Ant Hill, likely his last year, I would imagine. And you just haven't recruited up to the numbers you wanted to the last 2 cycles where, you signed Ty Anthony Smith in 2024. And then in 2025, you get Bo Barnes, and then you have to go to the portal, and they have 2 guys coming out. Atkinson's a guy that can obviously come in and play right away. but you probably need a little bit more depth as that room kind of starts to thin out.
Yeah. Hank, obviously Diabell coming in with this class, that's a big deal. But KJ Lacey, you can tell Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff, they're still really excited about him. And, Matthew Caldwell, he won't be around for 2026. I don't know what the Trey Owens situation is. And we expect Arch Manning to come back for his 2026 season. But it just seems like KJ Lacey, if he stays with it, this is a guy that maybe 2027 could be the guy at the University of Texas.
Yeah, and that's like, the biggest question, and why I'm glad I'm not having to make decisions like that, because I think Arch Manning was kind of a unicorn in the fact that, like, number one recruit who willingly sat behind Quinn Ewers for 2 years. That's not going to be the norm where guys will just willingly do that. And so I'm not saying KJ Lacey won't, but every offseason, these guys or the representation or whatever, like, they are getting called, they're getting offers to come be the starter. I think Trey Owens is actually in a really good position for himself. Whereas, like, the only tape we really have of him is that 2024 spring game where he just lit up the stat sheet and, kind of looked like maybe the future after Arch Manning, depending on, Quinn was still the starter in 24, obviously, but people were really excited about Trey Owens. So, I think the fact that he's hung around, he's not doing the leaving the team using your red shirt thing where, he's sticking with the team. I saw him on the sideline getting hyped after touchdowns and cheering on the guys. So I think that'll help him. Of course, I'm operating under the assumption that, he probably does go look elsewhere this offseason, as he should. If he's going to be the fourth string quarterback, he should go. If he has a chance to go start somewhere, he should go do that. But yeah, I think KJ Lacey, and I've said it since high school, it's like he's not a kid that's going to blow you away from, like, an athletic standpoint. Like, he's not that fast. He's got pretty good arm strength, but he's a gamer, and I think Sark described him as that as well. He shows up in big game moments and does, kind of exceeds your expectations almost. I saw him at the Elite 11, and, like, I think he ran, I don't want to, like, throw shade at KJ or anything, but he didn't run the fastest of 40-yard dashes when they were timing. But, like, he comes out and he puts the ball where it needs to be. He's really accurate. There's zip on it. And, he's behind Arch right now. He's learning the offense. He's behind Matthew Caldwell, who's obviously a good veteran presence to learn under as well. So that a lot to be said where he's learning Sark's offense, and, he'll have the hang of it, if he does hang around and wait for an opportunity to battle for the starting job, post Arch Manning era. So yeah, I think KJ is really good. I think, he's there's a reason Texas was so high on him. Again, like, they took him in the same cycle that Keelan Russell was at Duncanville, where like that guy's the future of Alabama football. And that shows how much faith they had in KJ Lacey to go to Alabama and bring him when you have a guy like Keelan Russell in your backyard. So I think the future's bright for him.
Yeah, I love me some Keelan Russell. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Do you see comparisons between KJ and Bryce Young?
Yeah. So I think it's easy to got election day, no school, so might have a kid pop up in the background here.
Oh no, we gotta let you go after this.
No, it's okay. Yeah. But no, he's I could see it. Like, when he committed, it was funny because we went and interviewed him, and he was saying when Sark was watching his tape, he wrote down Bryce Young 2.0. And I think Bryce kind of has KJ beat with kind of the a little bit more athletic and can move around the pocket a little bit better. But again, same in terms of comparison of guy, like when the lights come on and like pressure moments, they show up. And so that's kind of where I would draw them closest. They're about the same athletic, like same measurables probably. I think KJ might be a little bit taller than Bryce, but you can see similarities in their game, their arm talent, accuracy. So yeah, I could see that for sure.
Yeah. Last one. Let me get one more in, Chip. Yeah. Tonight, men's basketball taking on Duke, Dick Vitale Invitational, Charlotte, North Carolina. Texas has never beat Duke in basketball before. Can Sean Miller be the first coach to do so tonight?
I don't think so. I don't think, and I'm not so sure. Like, listening to Sean Miller talk about it, I think both Traore and Matas missed all of October as they were getting recovered from injury. So those guys aren't gelling yet. Like the version of Texas basketball you see tonight is not going to be the same version you see in conference play. And, not to say they can't be competitive tonight. I just think Duke has too much to go ask Texas to go beat them in their backyard in Charlotte against the Boozer twins and all the other talent they have that they've just easily replaced last year's really good team as well. Excuse me. So I wrote on the Hornets 24/7 board, I think it's probably a 10-point loss. I think you got to, as long as you're competitive, you see some flashes, but I don't think this is all going to start gelling together for, a few more weeks when we really see what this team can be. I don't know if y'all feel differently.
No, that's interesting you say that, Hank, because Vegas has this game at Duke 9.5. So
yeah.
It's actually gone up to 10.5.
Oh man.
Late money coming in on the Blue Devils. They just heard Hank say that it's not looking good.
But hey, I mean, watching them practice last week, for the little, we didn't see much. They were just pretty much doing drills and whatnot. But, the team has a lot of size. They've got scoring ability. They're going to move fast paced. I mean, Declan Drew for a 6'8", he has handles. Like that guy, I was just like enamored watching him kind of just move around the floor. So I think that kind of goes to show, Texas recruiting the international. Those guys are sometimes a little bit more refined, I guess. But no, we'll see. Like I said, I mean, they have size. They've got experience. I don't see an upset of Duke. If they win, that'll be a pleasant surprise. But again, they're still trying to gel with this new group.
Hank, great stuff as always. Appreciate it, man. Let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks,
Hank.
Hank.
There he is, Hank South, the managing editor and MVP of Horns247.com. I like how he was kind of, no, I don't see it happening.
Yeah,
for Texas basketball tonight. But hey, you know what I want to see? I want to see signs. I want to see signs that Texas basketball has got some dudes that are going to mix it up, that aren't going to back down, that are going to be solutions, eventual solutions. I want to see my man Cam Heide. That's my guy.
that is your guy.
Shooter. Can get up on top of the rim, put back dunk. I saw it.
By the way, CB, it's in Charlotte because it's the Dick Vitale Invitational, and that's where Dick wanted to have it, I guess. So I don't know. Dick Vitale and Coach K are really tight. So it's going to be a lot of home cooking there. This is a road game, in my opinion. This is not a neutral site game. Like, you're in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm sure Duke took a bus ride to this game. This is a big-time test early, and I'm with you, Chip. I want to see the signs also. Like, if they don't have bigs and Lucina Traore or Mathis Valkititis, then Sean Miller, you're going to have to improvise. You're going to have to get creative.
Well, they're going to play
lineups.
The question is what kind of condition are they in? How long can they go? And look, if you got to platoon them and play them for 5 minutes at a time, okay, all right, that's fine. And then give me a little Nick Cody in there. I'm hearing good things about Nick Cody.
And real good things about him.
You're hearing it too, right?
I'm hearing it too, yeah.
Okay.
Off season.
So let me see a little Nick Cody. Let me see a little glimpse, little hint, some goodness. Dalen Swain. Oh, Dylan Mitchell. I mean, this is the guy who Dylan Mitchell was supposed to develop into. So when you see Dalen Swain tonight, he should be a more finished product than Dylan Mitchell that you saw for 2 years at Texas before he went to Cincinnati, your Cincinnati Bearcats.
Yeah, his game is way more
developed.
Developed, yes, that's a good word for it, than Dylan Mitchell's is. Even though Dylan Mitchell did look pretty good under Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino might be the first coach to figure out Dylan Mitchell and press those right buttons to where we see the best out of D. Mitch, because I didn't think he was a Rick Pitino type of player. Now, this ain't Prosper P. Rivera, Rick Pitino. He's had to dumb it down.
Well, he was a 2 seed. He was a 2 seed in the NCAA tournament last year at St. John's.
I'm not saying he can't coach. I'm just saying he's not gonna yell and be crazy like he used to. Like when you hear about Rick Pitino stories, he can't do that same.
What you mean? He went after that team last year.
What are you talking about?
He went after that St. John's team. Remember in press conferences?
And they lost. They lost like early in the tournament when they shouldn't have. So it didn't work out then, but he could still coach. I give him his respect there. He's just not. He's not that same guy that Providence, Kentucky, Louisville. So I don't know, but maybe he's the guy that gets Dylan Mitchell to where he's was supposed to be. It broke my heart seeing Arterio Morris go crazy for Bethune-Cookman yesterday.
Bethune-Cookman?
Bethune-Cookman. This fool is at Bethune-Cookman killing.
He's playing in the SWAC.
Killing Auburn. Yeah, HBCU, I think, Bethune-Cookman. Killing old new Pearl Jr. Pearl Jr. was like, yo, man, I didn't sign up for this. First game of the year, we're in a dogfight with Bethune-Cookman going into overtime right after Hugh Freeze just got the boot. He was trying to be all light and stuff in the presser, which, Pearl Jr. is hilarious. He was like, I know Auburn fans right now, they don't have much patience. And he did a little chuckle referring to Hugh Freeze. And I was like, yo, I want to be doing no jokes right now, young Pearl. I get it. You took over for Pops. This was a straight nepotism gig, which, hey, whatever. We knew it was coming. We've been hearing about it for years. Once Bruce Pearl retired, his seed would be next in line. So we knew that this was going to happen. We just didn't expect it to be so abrupt as it was, where Bruce Pearl just retired out of the blue, it seemed like. But yeah, I'm sure he didn't have in his cards first game of his head coaching career. We're in a freaking dogfight overtime battle with Bethune-Cookman. But back to Arterio Morris, Chip. His game is so smooth, man. It makes me so sad. And you think about just watching the Allen Iverson documentary, and I'm not comparing Allen Iverson to Arterio Morris, but their stories are very synonymous with one another, both being basketball players, both dealing with crazy-ass off-the-court stuff that really could have taken a turn to where they had no basketball career in general. Arterio Morris, that's been his life. And the talent has always been there. And you saw it last night. He came off the bench. He was the only reason why Bethune-Cookman was in the game. His shot making. He was shooting from the logo, quick release.
Well, he got fouled on a half court heave and then made all 3 free throws with no time left to send the game into overtime, Arterio Morris.
Yeah. Clutch. Yeah. Bill Self took a chance on him. Bill Self couldn't do it. RT couldn't retain him. RT couldn't handle him. Too close to home. Dallas right up the road. Got to get away from Dallas, Arterio. Sometimes you got to get away. I get it. Sometimes you just got to separate yourself from all the people that you know. What you're comfortable with ain't the best decision all the time. Sometimes you got to get away. I heard Paul Pierce talk about it in a documentary. He from Inglewood, California. He went to Kansas. He was like, yo, I know it's completely different than what I'm used to, but Inglewood, if I would have went to UCLA or USC, it would have been bad news because them folks would have still been around. So he went off to Kansas. Roy Williams became an NBA Hall of Famer. Sometimes you can stay, sometimes it works, but sometimes you got to go. I feel like that was a big reason why KD came to Texas. His mom wanted him to kind of get away from what was going on in the DMV.
Well, and he wanted to go somewhere where he could lead a program to new heights that hadn't already been reached. If he'd have gone to North Carolina or UConn, he was just the latest in a long line of NBA All-Stars. I mean, if you go to Carolina, you had TJ Ford, baby. TJ Ford, trailblazer. And Chris Clack. I mean, there were some dudes who came through the program, but not guys who went on to the NBA and had much of an NBA career. Really.
Yeah,
Until
Chris Mim. Yeah, Chris Mim.
Chris Mim. I mean, he was never a frontline guy. He was always a rotational guy with the Lakers and the Cavs and all the other teams he played for.
Yeah. Like you're Texas. Like you should be right there with the Dukes and the North Carolinas and the UCLAs and all these other blue bloods. Like you should be right there. I get it. Football school, baseball school, that will always be a thing. That will never change. But nah, with how much they've invested into basketball, yeah, you should want these games. Absolutely. Like you're going to play them tomato cans. Like the rest of November is tomato cans. I think they play UConn. I think they go to Connecticut and play UConn. That's going to be a tough one. But after that, everything else is really tomato cans. I think they go to Maui for the Maui Invitational.
Yeah, so they play Lafayette, FDU, whatever that is. Kansas City, Ryder. Then they go to Maui, November 24th. Play Arizona State and either Washington State or Chaminade. That wraps up the day before Thanksgiving. Then they play the ACC SEC Challenge against Virginia here in Austin. Then it's Southern. Then it's at UConn. Then Lemoyne, Maryland Eastern Shore, and then SEC play. So,
yeah, you're going to get everything you want in the SEC anyway. Like that's there's like 14 teams that's going to give you everything. You did lose to South Carolina last year, which once that loss happened, you knew that was all she wrote for my man Rodney. But yeah, like I like them playing this first game because they've been playing scrimmages. It's not like they haven't been playing. Like they've been playing exhibition games and scrimmages. They just haven't been televised like Duke has. So they played SMU, I want to say. I think they played TCU. The SMU went better than the TCU. I think TCU, they got rolled on a little bit, but who knows how many people Sean Miller played that day and what the rotations were. And, scrimmages are so controlled. A lot of the coaches, they're in cahoots together like, hey, can y'all work on zone for us? We want to go against that. Or can y'all press us? We want to go against that. So you're kind of working with the coach to, in a way, practice to get better instead of playing the game. So I think Duke, this is a really good way to see where you're at early on.
If you get your butt kicked, you've got your measuring stick. You've got, what's out there. Man, we got to get a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, Rick Barnes always loved playing tough non-conference games against Tom Izzo and North Carolina, so that if they kicked his team's butt, he could say, see how much work we got?
Yeah.
Y'all going to listen now?
Yeah. And it's great for recruiting. Like,
right.
Are you kidding me? If you're one of the best players in the nation and you look at Texas, you're like, oh, I thought y'all were a football school. You're like, no, we're playing the Dukes. Like, come look at our facilities. Like, come see how. Yeah, like we're playing Virginia. Yeah, look at our track record of guys going to the NBA. Look at KD. Look how much the program means to him. Like we literally named the practice facility after the MFer. Like, no, we take basketball serious around here. And it's games like this that showcase that. So, yeah, salute to whoever made this schedule. And it's going to be a tough one tonight. I mean, it all starts with Cameron Boozer, man. I love this dude's game. Like, follow number 12. You'll notice him early. The dude, big linebacker looking dude, light-skinned brother. He's physical, man. He has great touch. well beyond his years. Like, he looks like a senior already, and he's only 18, 19 years old. He's a one and done player. He's a future top 5 pick. Again, his dad being Carlos Boozer, like, he has great genes there. He knows the game. He was born a Blue Devil, and he has a twin brother that's not as good, not as big. He's a guard, but he could play also. But this Duke team, it starts with Cameron Boozer. Isaiah Evans is a really good shooter, but pretty streaky. Last year, he was in that class, that freshman class that's so legendary with Knipple, who is already having a really good NBA career for the Hornets, and obviously Cooper Flagg. But yeah, Isaiah Evans, 6'8", long, could shoot the ball a little bit. You cannot let him get going. They got a African-looking brother, or not looking brother, but the African brother, Patrick Gamba, number 21. It looks like Ngamba, but the N is silent. But that dude, long, athletic. He's also getting a lot of love from these scouts, just like any Duke player would, because it's freaking Duke. But yeah, athletic, got to get him off the boards. And a lot of their guys just size, but they're thin. They're not big guys. So if you're Texas and you're looking to win this game, experience is going to be how you win. Because I watched that game against Tennessee with Duke, and they just out-toughed them. Like, they were just more physical. They were getting to the line. And Tennessee, they just couldn't keep them off the boards. And, you know, Duke was trailing in the second half, and then Duke came out in the second half and just enforce their will on Tennessee. So the experience for Texas, you know, guys like Daru, guys like Cam Heide, Simeon Wilcher, obviously Kendall Weaver, Dalen Swain, they're going to have to rely on that and hopefully just use that to take care of the youth and their experience that Duke has. But when you're playing against the Blue Devils, you know the talent's always going to be there. They have more talent.
Carlos Boozer had one of the weirdest. So he was born in Germany on a military base. And then his parents moved to Juneau, Alaska. And so Carlos Boozer grew up in Juneau, Alaska. And then Mario Chalmers, right? Also came from Alaska.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell kind of basketball is being played in Alaska?
Yeah, Duke also had Tyjon Langton, Alaskan Assassin, the light-skinned brother back in the late 90s. That was good. Could shoot it. So, yeah.
I guess, who knew?
I mean, it's so cold. You got to be inside.
Got to be inside.
Let's hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Losers, man. They can play.
7:45 tonight on ESPN. Duke is
they're not as good as they were last year. At least not right now.
God, I hope not.
No, they're not. No,
Cooper Flagg and Knipple.
No, I'm watching Knipple in the league. Knipple, I get why he went in front of Trey Johnson. I was a little, I don't know who's better, which I still don't. Obviously, it's early. It hasn't even been a month yet, those two being in the league. But I know when the Hornets were on their draft boards and they saw Knipple, they saw Trey Johnson, and obviously they went with Knipple first. I know there were folks out there wondering, I don't know. But right now it's looking like a good pick.
Well, let me tell you what else is a good pick. That is the Humann Super Beats Heart Chews. Listen, y'all know, I think you know, if not, my wife can tell you that I have been a collector of supplements my adult life. I'm always looking for that edge. I'm always looking for a little something that's going to, make my body feel better and clear that brain fog in the morning so that you're sharp as a knife from the jump. And I have found it in Humann, and Humann with 2 N's. You might have heard of it because the science behind the Super Beats Heart Chews was developed at Texas in the, University of Texas Health Science Center. And the Super Beats Heart Chews, clinically studied, like the science behind it is what I love. And the clinical studies show that the ingredients in the Super Beats Heart Chews promote healthy blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise. And it's because of their unique grape seed extract. They're tasty, and I feel a total difference. Like my performance, I take the Super Beat sports powder before I go out and play tennis. I take the turmeric chews from Humann. It's just so easy, and they're the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health. And guys, we got to take care of ourselves. And if you go to Humann with 2 N's, humann.com/TSU, and enter the promo code TSU at checkout, you're going to get an extra 20% off your first order. So load up on that first order. I mean, get the Super Beats Heart Chews. I love the Glynocalyx, which is, it's so much more than a multivitamin, but this is stuff that is going to clear your mind, lift your body. The turmeric chews for, to fight inflammation. Load up, because you're going to feel the difference. You're going to love it like I do. And I've been all over these supplements. I've tried them all. And Humann with 2 N's, humann.com/TSU. Load up and use the promo code TSU. Get 20% off your first order. You'll be glad you did. Love to hear from y'all on that. All right, Zay. So we talked some Texas football. The NFL trade deadline is today. And we'll start with the Cowboys. Logan Wilson, the linebacker from the Cincinnati Bengals, has got to be an upgrade over Kenneth Murray. Kenneth Murray has been stealing money. If you saw him in the Denver Broncos game, he didn't want any part of that game. I swear to God, Jerry Jones had to have watched that game and said, we are getting another linebacker. I know we got DeMarvion Overshown coming back soon, but we're getting another linebacker. I can't stand to watch 59 play anymore. And so here comes Logan Wilson, who and his nickname is Cowboy, so he's coming to the right place. Logan Wilson's been the leading tackler for the Bengals. I think the last 3 years. So I'm excited about that. And they got him for a 7th round pick. What I am not excited about is giving up a 2026 second round pick, a 2027 first round pick, one of the picks you got for Micah Parsons, for Quinnen Williams, who's in his 7th year in the league. Like, how many years do we think Quinnen Williams is playing? Because, I get it. He's 28.
You see Calais Campbell sacking Dak last night? Calais Campbell's like 40.
I know. And Quinnen Williams is 28. But man, you need Quinnen Williams to. He went to the Pro Bowl in 2022, 23, and 24. So, he had 12 sacks in 22.
Yo, for a D tackle, that's solid.
Huh?
For a D tackle, that's legit.
Yeah, that's legit. Like, if that's the Quinnen Williams I'm getting, if I'm getting an inspired Quinnen Williams, then okay. But man,
he's good. I think he's really good.
Okay, you think he's first round and second round pick good?
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's that good. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think these are good moves. Because
Sauce Gardner. Huh?
Mozzie Smith, Lord.
Oh, he's terrible. Like, I don't
Murray,
know.
Mozzie, no, those dudes, man. Matt Eberflus. Yeah, I'd be losing my mind.
Like, you got to be strong up the middle of your defense, and this does that. Like, this should help with that because teams are getting what they want on the Cowboys. Like, how do you no show for the Cardinals at home?
Yo, you see my man Brisket killing Jacoby? Yo, he was looking like money. Which CeeDee Lamb, shame on you, bruh. When your homie just gets done dirty like Deron Bland did yesterday by Marvin Harrison Jr., you're not supposed to be looking at the Jumbotron talking about, ooh, oh, come on, man.
Well, he wasn't like he just did this.
Nah, he was dramatic about it. This is your teammate, bro.
He just went, oh,
No,
he wasn't like, oh,
why are you trying to have his back? That's
why are you
bad.
trying to
that shows me the record. That shows me the disconnect. That right there shows me a disconnect. This is your teammate. This is your brother. He just got embarrassed.
pull it up?
Time. I can't pull that up. We're gonna get in trouble for it. We're on YouTube. But this is prime time, though. Maybe I could bootleg it.
Well, all I know is this. Quinnen Williams, I need you to be 12 sacks, Quinnen Williams.
Damn, 12 sacks.
Logan Wilson, I need you to be freaking Randy White. I need you to be Sean Lee when he's healthy. Kyle Vander Esch. Oh. Yeah, you got to go. See? He's not.
Oh, man. No, he looking at the homies. Ooh, you see that? You see that? Oh, this is nasty. This is nasty. Yeah, that's disconnect to me. Come on, CD. You're better than that, bro. You're better than that. Then my
Texas receivers, take some notes. Man, it's all about footwork. It's all about footwork and giving them the dipsy do, baby. Like, you want to know why Amon-Ra St. Brown is so hard to guard? Because he gets separation right there. He sets it up and gets you leaning one way, and he's going the other way. I mean, I remember watching Amari Cooper teaching CD how to get those kind of, how to break routes and at the top of the route and set up DBs. Like, you can't just run at a guy. You got to vary your cadence, and
you got to do a lot.
You got to do a lot, man. It's like learning a intense dance move.
Yeah. I've heard Devontae Adams talk about route running before, and he was like, sometimes he'll run a route that he knows he's not the first option on, and he'll act like he's guarded. And then all of a sudden, he'll do just some random stuff, just something really random that just has the corner now thinking, oh, is that a thing? So now the corner is thinking about another part of Devontae Adams' game. And it's just that mind game chess match that just happens the full game where you're setting guys up and just cat and mouse stuff. And it's like, it's fascinating. Like, that's what makes the game of football the best, man, because that's at every position. Like, every position, there's a cat and mouse game that has to be played, and everybody has to be working in sync for that play to be successful, whether it's offense or defense, and I love when Steve Sarkisian was talking about the timing of the runs. He was like, yeah, the running was better, but we still got to improve on the timing. Like, are our backs cutting and hitting the hole at the right time where our guys are blocking the right direction? And now that you have an offensive line that seems like they know what the hell they're doing because they got a lot of experience. You don't got Trevor Gooseby over here trying to walk and guide Nick Brooks through everything because Cole Hudson knows what the hell he's doing. He's been in the program for 4 freaking years. Connor Robinson, same thing, knows what the hell he's doing. Trevor Gooseby probably had such an exhale of relief on Saturday against Vanderbilt, Chip. He was probably thinking, oh my goodness, man. Now I get to really just lock in. Obviously, he's going to help Cole Hudson, but Nick Brooks is like a fish out of water as a freshman who came in, we can't say this enough, as a tackle. Nick Brooks came in to be a tackle. He didn't come in to be a guard. So now you come from high school, you get thrown into the fire against SEC play. Obviously, it wasn't good, but that's a lot to put on a first-year player. So now you got that experience in there, man. And, yeah, who knows where the trajectory for this team could be now that you got all these guys working together and just knowing their assignments and responsibilities. But, yeah, man, like – that route running Marvin Harrison Jr. put on yesterday, poor Deron Bland, like that's going to be in Marvin Harrison Jr.'s highlight reel for the rest of his career.
Oh, yeah.
For the rest of his career, they're always going to show Deron Bland he walked his ass down and gave him a little pat. That's all you need. Got that from his daddy.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Put a little something, put a little salsa on it. I mean, yeah, you got to have that. You got to have those tools, man. You got to have that footwork. If you want to be an elite receiver, I watched some of these Texas receivers. This is like that shit I was doing in high school.
Yo, say the names. You said some of these receivers. Who are you talking about? Because if you're comparing them to you, I feel like that's highly disrespectful.
But it's getting better. It's getting better.
Jeez, what you were doing in high school?
Yeah, Ryan Wingo's got to put some extra step in it. Like, yeah, you're big, strong, fast. You know what? You want to really be elite? Then get the footwork down so that you have guys just fumbling over themselves like Deron Bland. Because that's why Marvin Harrison Jr. is so damn good.
We're working on it.
Huh?
Chris Jackson's letting you know we're working on it. We're working. Okay. It's a work in progress.
Right.
But before he got hurt, who knows what the numbers he could have done? This could have been Ryan Wingo. Before he got hurt, who knows what the numbers could have been? You know?
Before he got hurt?
Yeah, Ryan Wingo, the thumb.
Oh, against Vanderbilt.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, who knows what those numbers could have been? Because the way they was looking, we were going for 200 against Vandy, and the way them fools were tackling or lack thereof. Oh, yeah, Ryan Wingo. That could have been all day, baby, but we don't know that.
Yeah, two for 89.
Yeah, we don't know that.
It was looking good.
Yeah, the thumb scares me. The
thumb should scare you.
The thumb scares me because this is the dude that's been struggling with drops with a healthy thumb. So now that the thumb ain't healthy, what does that mean? And he's gotten better. Like the Mississippi State game, along with Texas getting better as a whole on offense, Ryan Wingo is a big part of that. Because that Mississippi State
terrible against Mississippi State. He dropped 3rd and 19. He dropped 3rd and goal.
He wasn't terrible. He had
dropped 7 and 9. He had 3 drops in that game.
He had some good plays. He wasn't terrible. He could have been better.
No, he had good plays. He had 5 catches for 184 yards. It was his best game, and yet if they'd have lost, all we'd be talking about is the drops. But they won. They won. Emmett Mosley caught the touchdown pass. Parker Livingston had a toe tapper in there.
Yeah.
Emmett Mosley's the truth.
Emmett Mosley's pretty good. He's a pretty good football player. I've been impressed.
Yeah, he's coming. And he blocks. He and DeAndre Moore are the 2 best receivers on this team. Now, let's see. I need a lot more dog out of Ryan Wingo. He's big, strong, fast, but he's not, he came out. You had Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Wingo. I think Ryan Wingo was 5th of the receivers. Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams, 1, 2. But he's not in their class yet. And he doesn't have the wiggle. He doesn't have that.
Yeah, he don't got that.
He doesn't have that shake. He's got good straight line speed. And he needs to be fighting through tackles. I need it. No one man should be able to bring him down. He should be dragging people around.
Jeremiah Smith don't really have that either. He's just always open.
Well, he goes up and fights for it.
Yeah,
I need a little more fight. I need a little more competitive courage on those 50-50 balls.
What's crazy is, as good as Jeremiah Smith is, Carnell Tate might be the second best receiver in the nation. That's what's nuts. Like, that SOB is cold. Like,
okay, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Because you got me thinking about, I was thinking about Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate and like which one should be in the Heisman, right? And it got me thinking about the Heisman, period. It is open. It's November. And there's no clear, that's the guy to beat. So I'm just saying, if Arch goes to Georgia
stop playing
and has a 25 of 30 game and they win, if he looks as good as he did against Vanderbilt, you don't think that he's going to go up in the thing? I'm just saying, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say, because his numbers are pretty darn good. His passing numbers are pretty darn good. He's turned it over once in 4 games. That wasn't even his fault. Parker dropped it. Otherwise, he'd have no turnovers, 0 last 4 games.
So what's the Heisman race right now? Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson. After that,
it's
Julian Sayin. I feel like they're
Ahmad Hardy at Missouri. I mean,
oh, hell no.
Right. Hell no. Right.
Ahmad Hardy.
What, he was leading the nation in rushing for half the season.
I know they throwing Gunnar Stockton in there.
Right.
This is one of the weirder Heisman races. I'll say that.
It means there's going to be there could be a guy who comes in late and steals it.
No, Texas goes 3-0. These next 3 games, I could see Arch getting a lot of love. Absolutely. Because
that's all. I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying, if this offensive line can protect him, give him some semblance of a run game, and he can go on the road and perform like he did in the 4th quarter against Mississippi State. That's all. All right. Let's get a couple mentions in here, and then I'll do the chip shot on the CFP rankings coming out tonight. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, we got to look out for, first of all, we have a great partnership right now with Texas Sports Unfiltered in the Sleep Cycle Center, which is such a great resource here in Austin. Locations in Lakeway and the Arboretum. Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. People, sleep apnea is no joke. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. So you don't even know, but you're snoring, you're gasping for air, you're waking yourself up, you're not getting deep sleep, you're tired all the time. You heard John McClain last Friday come on and say he was miserable, and he went in, got a sleep study, and that's what you need to do. And because of our partnership with the Sleep Cycle Center, You go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Dr. Chad has the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open while I sleep, all the way to surgery. But you need to get the information. You need to get your level of sleep apnea if you have it. And so take advantage of this incredible offer that we have, where they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. All you have to do is go to sleepcyclecenters.com to set up your appointment and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You will be glad you did. Hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there is only one call to make in Austin, Texas, and that is to our man, Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations. Tom, a great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, has been the man when it comes to all things audio and visual in Austin, Texas for the last 37 years. He's the pro. He's put big screens and surround sound in 3 different houses for me in my time in Austin, 33 years. And he can do it for you. All you got to do is call 255-8678. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. And so you don't need to be, driving around town waiting for some Black Friday thing so you can lug an 80-inch TV around in a truck and punch holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. And Cover 3, baby, Cover 3. This is my joint. It's my jam. If you're looking for a fun place to go hang out with friends tonight, watch Texas and Duke. It's 7:45. Maybe grab the Chop House burger. Texas Monthly says is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Oh, yeah. How about the Ruby Trout with the pancetta bacon? Yeah. That food's going to bring you back every time. The service, the drinks, the vibe. That's what it's all about right there. Cover 3 Anderson and Cover 3 Round Rock. All right, Zay. Tonight, before Texas Duke basketball, we will have the first college football playoff committee rankings. And Texas is a team to watch in this first set of rankings. These rankings, everyone's like, oh, they don't matter. They do kind of matter because it gives us our first glimpse into if this committee is listening. Remember, Greg Sankey at spring meetings in Destin, Florida said, we're not voting. We're not, basically, he wasn't going to a 9-game SEC schedule for 2026 until he had some assurance that the College Football Playoff Committee was going to consider the new metrics that the SEC put together showing strength of schedule. Meaning last year, 3-loss SEC teams, Ole Miss, South Carolina, they did not get in, and they had a good resume. Should they have gotten in over SMU? Should they have gotten in over, who else got lit up? Boise. No, Boise had to be in there because you have to have the group of 5. But should they have gotten in over other at-large teams? And we're going to see. Texas is right there. I think Texas should be in the top 12 tonight. And I know some people are like, what? I think they should be ahead of Notre Dame. I think they should be ahead of Oklahoma. And I get
Virginia too. Like what?
Yeah, ahead of Virginia. Texas beating 2 top 10 teams. And they're, one of their losses is to the number 1 team. They're, Notre Dame has 2 losses. Oklahoma has 2 losses. One of them's to Texas.
Yeah, Notre Dame's losses don't look good at all at this point. Like the one to Miami, who else they lose to? A&M looks good, but the one to Miami, that doesn't look good right now.
And I get that BYU is 8-0, and that's wow. They beat Utah at home by 3, and then they went to Iowa State. I get that. That's a good win, but maybe Iowa State isn't what we thought. Like, are those wins better than beating Vanderbilt, beating OU, going on the road in the SEC? I don't think so. So this is where we're going to find out if this committee are they going to give us an indication that a 2-loss SEC team like Texas is a team that still needs to be under strong consideration because, obviously lost to Florida, but beat OU, beat Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, probably their best win.
LSU.
South Carolina was ranked when they played them. South Carolina's not very good. They beat Missouri. Vanderbilt. I mean, Vanderbilt should be ahead of. I think they should be ahead of OU.
Who's OU beat? I don't know about that. That Tennessee win was a good win for OU. Like Neyland, nighttime.
Okay.
That's a good win. I respect that.
Okay. I mean, better than beating LSU and Missouri, both of whom OU still has to play.
I mean, we'll see.
Like right now.
Yeah, right now I'll take OU over Vanderbilt. Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't, but I'm interested to see.
I think a lot of it's because Vanderbilt won at home and OU's gone on the road. So I think the Tennessee win on the road in Neyland, Knoxville, is bigger than beating Missouri at home and LSU at home, which LSU just fired their coach. Missouri lost Bo Prabula. Like, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we're not looking at firing coaches as part of the criteria because some of these schools have lost their damn minds. But that I'm just, I'm looking at to me, you've got, I think it's Indiana, number 1, Ohio State, number 2, A&M, fine, 3, Bama, fine, 4, Georgia, fine, Oregon, 6. Ole Miss is where it starts to get a little shaky for me because Ole Miss has good wins. Don't get me wrong, but Lane does some weird stuff. He makes some weird decisions, 4th down decisions that puts his team in a bad spot, I thought. But, BYU, I don't know how good you are. You're playing Texas Tech this weekend, so that will answer some stuff. That'll clear some stuff up. What the hell is Notre Dame's best win? I know they lost close to Miami and to A&M. They've beaten Purdue, Arkansas, Boise, NC State, USC, and Boston College.
I hate Notre Dame so much. Like, I can't stand these guys.
Like, if Notre Dame is ahead of Texas, we got problems.
Oh, yeah.
If Notre Dame's ahead of Vanderbilt, we got problems. Because Notre Dame doesn't have the wins to be ahead of, Vanderbilt's beating LSU in Missouri. Notre Dame's not beating anyone close to that level. If you want to say a 34-24 win over USC at home, is USC any good? Like, we're going to get a glimpse tonight. I know that these, it's early and there's a ton more rankings, but this is going to give us an indication of what this committee is thinking because there are some teams that the AP poll has up there just because they don't, because they like BYU's 8-0. Who they beating? I mean, is Iowa State? I thought they were good at the beginning of the year. Thought Rocco Beck to be able to carry them, but It's not happening. So,
Yeah.
Virginia.
I think the Big 12 is weak. I think we're finding out Big 12 is a little overrated. I mean, we knew they weren't the best, but also, Houston being on, one of the top teams in the standings. Come on.
Your Cincinnati Bearcats.
Yeah, I'm
And all those teams just lost.
Yeah.
Like Cincinnati just lost. Houston just lost. So you've got 8-0 BYU. You got 8-1 Texas Tech. And if, whoever wins that is probably going to be the Big 12 champ, or at least the number 1 seed in the Big 12 championship game where they could play in a rematch.
I'd be cool with BYU winning out, and that's Big 12 championship included. So the committee could say, okay, Big 12 sucks. We got our 1 team. That's it. Texas would be mucked for real if BYU started messing around and go on and go 11-1, or hell, even 12-0, and then losing Jerry World to somebody. And that messes things up to where they feel obligated to throw Big 12 to teams.
Here's the thing, though. Texas Tech, the one game they lost was with Baron Morton out. They have pretty much paddled everyone else. Like, they went to Utah and won by 24, not 3 points like BYU. I know it's a rivalry game. Like, they went to Houston and beat Houston by 24. They beat Kansas by 25. They beat Kansas State by 23 in Manhattan. Like, Tech's deserving. I'm fascinated. I'm all in on the Texas Tech BYU game this weekend. I'm all in. I want to see where these teams are, what's going on. And now the Will Hammond kid is out. He's done for the year. So if something happens to Baron Morton now, you're into the couch cushions at quarterback. So anyway, there's your chip shot.
I like it.
What you're looking for in these college football playoff committee rankings tonight.
I like it.
Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's go. Before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, best in the business, best car dealership that you're going to find. They're all about taking care of the customer. They're all about just making sure that you find the car of your dreams, as comfortable and fulfilling as that may be. Covert Bee Cave, they want to do that for you. You don't want to take my word for how great Covert Bee Cave is? Listen to these fine folks at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. Before we get into the petty, I got to give a shout out to Texas women basketball team last night for their terrific performance against Incarnate Word. 123-51, an absolute beatdown. But, man, this women's basketball team, they're going to be good. And even though they don't have Ashton Judd right now, they started the lineup with Bria Cunningham, the Arizona transfer, to go along with Madison Booker, Jordan Lee, Rory Harmon, and the 5-star freshman out of Minnesota, Aaliyah Crump, who in her first game, 16 points, 7 for 16 shooting, 2 for 7 from 3, but she looked comfortable out there, man.
Well, her first quarter was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, she came out, hit, 4 of 5 finished 5 of 7 in the first quarter, 2 of 3 from 3. And then she went 2 of 9 the rest of the way. So,
Okay.
I mean, it was a great first quarter. And yeah, I agree with you. She looked comfortable. She looked a little too comfortable.
Nah, I like too comfortable though, because that tells me that she's fearless. You know, early on, there's not a shot that she doesn't like. Sometimes as a freshman, you don't want to step on anybody's toes, especially the upperclassmen, Rory Harmon, Madison Booker. We know Madison Booker's the best player on this team. So when you come in as a freshman and you take more shots than the best player, like, you clearly have a lot of confidence, which you can get away with that against Incarnate Word. But I would say if you're Madison Booker, you love that, because there were so many times last year where Madison Booker, she had to have the ball in her hands. She had to make something happen on the perimeter, just because that's what the Lady Horns lacked last year. They lacked perimeter scoring besides Maddie Booker. And when teams were clogging the paint on Kyla Oldegger and Taylor Jones, they just became so one-dimensional. Vic Schaefer did a really good job, along with this coaching staff, on fixing that with their personnel and, you know, their style of play, and bringing in players like Aaliyah Crump, Ashton Judd. That's a big deal. And Jordan Lee, she's gotten a lot better. You could tell already. Talk about another player that's confident. Like, she looked good last night. 21 points, way more efficient than Aaliyah Crump was. 9 for 14, shooting 3 of 5 from 3. Like, she looks like she's been in the weight room. She had a really good summer playing with Team USA, where she won gold there. So she's
my breakout player this year.
I feel you.
We saw glimpses of Jordan Lee in some big game situations where she came through, but I'm expecting her to be like, with Aaliyah Crump coming in. I think Jordan Lee's going to have to, you know, she's getting pushed, which is good. And Jordan Lee is the player I think that's going to be able to hit a big time 3 when they need it. Kind of, they would look to Shea Holly for that. I think Jordan Lee can be that this year. And 4 offensive rebounds. Like, she'll go in, she'll mix it up. She had 4 assists last night, 2 steals. I really like her game. I hope that's kind of who she is. I know she won't score 21 every game, but if she can just be ready when they need her to hit a big 3, that's going to be big time. And then if Aaliyah Crump can complement Jordan Lee, that's going to upgrade this team so much, because, like you said, there were times where no one else wanted to shoot. No one else was looking to shoot. So it was like, and then Booker gets into foul trouble against South Carolina, and now what do we do?
Yeah. So, stay locked in with this women's basketball team. It's going to be fun. They got their next game on Friday against Richmond, who's ranked. They're 24th in the nation. So this is a little test for this Lady Horns team. And Brianna Preston looked good last night. Rory looked like she just controlled the game. I think, you know, that's how Rory Harmon plays. She's just a pure point guard. So, you know, I've been big about her improving her jump shot. Maybe that's not the case, because you got Aaliyah Crump and you got Jordan Lee stepping their game up. And when Ashton Judd gets back, that's another 3-point player, 3-point shooter that you have on the team. So that perimeter offense that they lacked last year, I think they got that this season to go along with that famous Vic Schaefer defense that he loves, up in your face, full court, nonstop, 94 feet style of defense. And I think they could win the SEC, and I think they're going to be a tough out once the tournament comes around.
Yeah, Brea Cunningham and Kyla Oldacre combined to go 14 of 14 last night.
Yeah, that's how Vic Schaefer does it. He likes that center to come in and dominate. Last year it was Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldacre. This year it's Brea Cunningham and Kyla Oldacre. She's still coming off the bench, and that's the role that Vic Schaefer likes her at. She's comfortable in that role, and not too many backup centers in college basketball are like Kyla Oldacre. So that's definitely a luxury that this team has. And going to be a big reason why they have success this year. All right, let's get to the petty, man. So, okay. You remember Travis Kelce's ex, Kayla Nicole, the sister. She looks good. You know.
She was in that Special Forces show.
Yes, she was in that Special Forces show with Johnny Manziel and Cam Newton, that show. Yeah. So there's always been rumors and speculation about their relationship back in the day, Travis Kelce and Kayla Nicole. And she's been on podcasts saying like things like, does it look like I pay half? Or does it look like I split with my significant other? You know, basically indicating that Travis Kelce paid for everything and she didn't have to work or do anything. And media ran with it, and they kind of used that against her to say this is why he left. And now he's with Taylor Swift, who's a quadrillionaire. So, yeah, there you go, homegirl, which is cold, but she kind of dug her own grave by making those comments on that podcast. But she ain't stopping, Chip. The petty train ain't stopping because Kayla Nicole, for Halloween, she was Toni Braxton. And you would think, oh, she was just Toni Braxton. That's a Halloween costume. Yeah, a lot of people are Toni Braxton for Halloween. She has some iconic looks. I get it. Well, not only was she Toni Braxton, but she pretended to. She was a very specific version of Toni Braxton. The Toni Braxton that created the famous song, He Wasn't Man Enough. And she shot a video pretend to be Toni Braxton on the song He Wasn't Man Enough, and it's as petty and as glorious as you might imagine. Check it out. Okay, all right. It's hard to hear the lyrics because Toni Braxton has a very unique voice. But if you need to know the lyrics of He Wasn't Man Enough for Me, the chorus is crazy because Toni Braxton says, what are you thinking? Did you know about us back then? Did you know I dumped your husband, girlfriend? I'm not thinking about him, but you married him. Do you know I made him leave? Did you know he begged to stay with me? He wasn't man enough for me. Kayla Nicole, done, girl. Well done.
She's trying to hang on by a thread.
He's hanging on. This is what I'm talking about, man.
Travis Kelce, he doesn't even pay attention to this. This is a nap.
You saw the video. You saw the dress. He paying attention. He has no choice. He has no choice. You saw them hips, man. You saw all them things that Taylor can't give him. You saw them things shaking in that video. Taylor can't give him that. I'm sorry. I love Taylor. Beautiful album she just dropped. I haven't heard it, but I know it's beautiful. I know she put a lot into it. But
her fans are not crazy about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes.
What a loser. Yo. Okay. On another note, she is wilding a little bit. Like she needs to let it go. She does. Because the reason why it doesn't work the way that it could have, Chip, is because Taylor has her own luggage. Like they both have been with exes that are a little off. They both have passed. So if Taylor sees this, she can't say much. You know what I mean? She can't be like, oh, this bothers me, because Travis could be like, well, you being with Harry Styles bothered me. You being with Ed Sheeran bothered me. All them other dudes that used to date. Like, and she don't want that because Travis ain't thinking about that. Travis is securing his manhood to where Taylor's past doesn't bother him none. So he wants that same energy, you dig? So this ain't gonna bother Taylor. I feel like they probably bonded over that, to be honest. Like they probably bonded over just having troubled past with love, and now they found each other, and it's one of the craziest celebrity love stories ever. But I do respect Kayla Nicole of being that petty to where she had to record the video of the classic "He Wasn't Mad Enough for Me," which I love. Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton was petty too. You remember she was breaking up Jason Kidd and Jim Jackson back in the day? Yeah, you were in Dallas. You remember? Yeah, Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton was petty as hell. Yeah, with that deep ass voice.
I'll say this about Kayla Nicole. I watched that Special Forces show. She's gotten herself into shape.
Oh, she always been in the shape. Yeah, yeah, you can't say nothing about the body. That's what I'm saying. Travis saw it. He saw it, because again, there's just things that Taylor can't provide. That Kayla
she was like bragging about being a freeloader with Travis.
Yeah, it wasn't the best look, but yeah. Okay, also, this video is hilarious. So it was Nick Saban's birthday, family celebrating. They're bringing them a cake. Miss Terry's bringing them his cake and stuff. This video is so hilarious. Listen to how Miss Terry has Nick Saban trained out here.
To you, happy birthday to you. Sit up. Happy birthday, dear Dada. Happy birthday to you. Think about a good wish. Good one, make it.
Sit up.
Yo, you see that recliner? You see how quick he sat up, man?
That snap up.
Yo, Nick Saban, just like me. Nick Saban, so relatable. Yeah, when your wife says sit up, you better sit up, bro. You better sit up because you don't want no problems in that happy home of yours. Like when y'all hear Nick Saban all the time say, Miss Terry this, Miss Terry that. She don't let me do this. She don't let me do that. I got to ask for permission. That ain't BS, man. Y'all think he's just saying that to be funny with the camera and stuff like that. No, that is real life. Like, let's play this video again because it's just, wow.
To you, happy birthday to you. Sit up. Happy birthday, dear Connie.
Sit up.
Sit your ass up. I don't care about how many rings you got. Sit up. Like, you see what your family did? Bake the cake for you. God,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Shout out to Miss Terry, man. That don't look like a guy that wants to be coaching. He look real comfortable.
Right.
Like, I don't think he's gonna come back. Why would you?
To be the first ever to win national championships at 3 different schools.
I mean, that sounds fun, but
I mean, he's 74 now.
Yeah, you see how comfortable he was in that recliner?
Oh yeah, that recliner looked old too. Can he not get a new recliner?
Nah, you gotta have the OG that's been around for a long time. That recliner's seen a lot of games. That recliner's seen a lot of history.
Yeah, he turned 74 on Halloween. Nick. I don't know how hard he wants to work.
Good for him. He deserves that.
Yeah. No, he's earned it. I don't think when the flirtation with Texas back in 2013, I know that was a selling point. That was something that he and Terry were intrigued by. Becoming the first ever to win national championships at 3 different schools. That was 12 years ago. That's a lifetime ago.
Yep.
Now he's just turned 74. And he's always going to be the GOAT.
Yeah.
Got 7 national championships. Just sit back, relax, and let everyone
Sing
you know,
happy
blow smoke up your ass and tell you to sit up.
birthday. Let's bring in the open gym, guys. Patrick, Matt. What's up, fellas?
What up?
Sit up, Patrick.
Did he freeze?
Uh-oh.
Froze.
There he is.
Yes.
He's
There
back.
he is.
Oh, boy.
What's going on, fellas?
I'm just ready for the start of college basketball. I don't know about you guys. I can't wait to watch the most amateur basketball on the planet be played for the next 4 months.
7:45.
I don't like college basketball, but it's my job, so I'm gonna do my best.
I do get there's a lot of really bad college basketball, but there is good, there's fun college basketball too. But like anything, there's a lot of bad of it because if you have 200 teams, not a lot of them are going to be good.
Well,
what are you going to Matt? You don't like pizza? Good grief.
What's that?
You don't like pizza either? You don't like college basketball? What are we doing?
Well, I covered the NBA primarily for a long time, so I got used to watching the NBA every night, and then I got back to going to college basketball, and I was covering like SMU and a bunch of like that conference, and I was like, this is not really good, and then it just kind of spoiled my college basketball.
The Larry Brown years at SMU were great.
I was after that. It was after I had Tim Jankovich, so that was brutal for me.
Yeah,
and also Ole Miss, where I went to school, has always been terrible up until like now in basketball. So that was my experience with college basketball for the most part.
Hey, is Beard still single, or at least not dating Randy True?
That's a great question. I don't know.
That was the only question Ole Miss asked him. Are you still dating her? No, you're hired.
I mean, that's the only question CDC asked him too, and he said yes, and then he was fired.
See you guys.
Hey,
later.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube is where you can find the way to talk to us. And if you're over on YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe. Always love hanging out with you guys here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Matt, it is a Tuesday. College basketball does start tonight. I am excited for it to see how this Texas team plays tonight against a Duke team that's really, really good. We're going to get into that in a little bit. We'll talk a little bit more Texas and Vandy. But, of course, the trade deadline in the NFL did just close about an hour ago. True to his word, Jerry Jones made a big move. He did not lie this time. He did make a big move. A former Longhorn was also traded today. So it's a lot to get into in the trade deadline, Matt. What's your initial reaction to the Cowboys' 2 moves of picking up linebacker Logan Wilson and then, of course, Quinnen Williams from the Jets in a really, really big move?
Well, I think Quinnen Williams is a really, really good player. He's one of the best defensive tackles in the league. So from that sense, it's a smart move. There's some other questions that I have about it. Like, why do you have now 3 defensive tackles that you're committed to pay over $20 million to? Only 2 of them can get on the field at once. So, I mean, for the most part, I mean, you could do other things with it, but odds are they're not going to be on the field together very often. I like the trade for Logan Wilson. I like that a lot. But the Quinnen Williams thing also concerns me a little bit because of what you gave up. You gave up a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and, I mean, I don't care about Mozzie Smith. But the first-round pick is whichever pick is higher between Green Bay and Dallas in the upcoming draft.
Which we know.
Excuse me, is it the 2027 draft?
I thought Yeah, is it 2025 or 2026? 2026, 2027.
I think it's 27. I'd have to go back and look, but regardless, just that in and of itself, you're basically guaranteeing yourself a later draft pick. And I don't know.
Yeah, it's 27.
I don't know how much of an effect Quinnen Williams is going to have on the pass defense that ranks near the bottom of the NFL and got torn up by the Cardinals last night by Jacoby Brissett. Sure, like they got two good defensive players and they need more. They should get DeMarvion Overshown back here pretty soon. They should get Siobhan Ravel back pretty soon. And I am literally counting down the minutes until Jerry Jones says, well, we're getting those two guys back from injury. So it's basically like making two more trades.
Yeah. No, I mean that the reality of it was I think the trade itself is not a bad thing. I think the lack of the other move that needed to accompany it, which is either sending Kenny Clark or Odigizua out to go get more talent at another position, then ruins it because now you have stacked 3 defensive tackles in there at that $60 million of next year's cap and the year after it are more than $60 million devoted to the defensive tackle position now. And that's a lot. Also, probably in 2 years, Quinnen Williams is going to want a new contract. So by the time you get rid of those contracts of having all 3, then you're going to have another one. So it just makes that Micah Parsons trade worse now because you've basically turned Micah Parsons into Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, which is okay, except for the fact that you already paid Odigizua the same this year, and you're just loading up on defensive tackles, and I still don't think your run defense is going to be that great. Like, I still don't believe in the system. I still don't believe in enough other pieces. I think you're trying to help that problem, but instead of trying to fix everything, you're ending up not.
Yeah. This isn't college football. Like, dominating the trenches is important in the NFL. Don't get me wrong. But you also have to have some semblance of a pass defense in today's NFL. This isn't, the 1960s when people are running the ball 45 times a game. So I would have liked to see them gone out and get somebody in the secondary. Like, I like Quinnen Williams a lot. I think he's a fantastic defensive tackle.
Yeah.
But if I was to pick one of the players from the Jets that I wanted them to go get, it probably would have been Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fault the Cowboys too much because
and by the way, Sauce Gardner was 2 first as well, so he was more expensive than Quinnen Williams. We will state that, but
that's true. And maybe you didn't want to give up that price. And I'm not going to fault the Cowboys too much because I am glad that they were aggressive. They needed to be aggressive. They needed to add players to the defense. I think the Logan Wilson trade is going to end up being great because he's a really good player. How are you going to stop the pass? Like, did you see Deron Bland get absolutely cooked by Marvin Harrison last night?
Yeah. No, I mean, they were like the secondary is really bad right now. I think the hope is for them, at least, we've invested enough in the secondary already that Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland and now Siobhan Ravel coming back and maybe a Kyrie Elam and Kaysen, those guys will make up when they're healthy a good secondary. And we have Ezra who's been pretty good in the rush, and maybe we can add Overshawn into that rush package a little bit more. I get it. I get all the concepts for it. I just again, I don't want to just go, this is a bad deal and they shouldn't have done these deals. It just felt incomplete because you cannot keep 3 defensive tackles at $20 million and say, well, we were wasting too much money on one player, because now you're wasting too much money on one position.
Yeah, that's very fair. And I would Micah Parsons have been better for this football team than the combination of Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams? I don't know. Maybe not, but I hate the I just hate the idea of, and I'm not faulting you for this because I think this is how they actually feel. I hate the idea of, well, when we get these players back from injury, we'll be fine. You're already 3-5-1.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have time to wait.
Well, and also pretending that Siobhan Ravel, a rookie who has missed almost 2 years of football now, like a year and a half or whatever of football now, is going to walk in and make a huge difference is insane. Pretending that Trayvon Diggs being healthy is going to really save your defense is crazy. Like, I get
awful.
Well, actually, he's not been as awful, but that's partially because he hasn't been on the field as much. But in his time, he's also, I believe, the only defender who hasn't like allowed a huge play on him. I don't think he's allowed a huge one. I think he's just allowed a lot of small ones. Something to that effect. There was some stat I saw where he was like the only guy, but it's because he's played in less games.
I've seen that guy get cooked multiple times this year.
Yeah, I mean he has not been. It's a question though. I do think that it's a overall. I would say I probably, if I was the Cowboys, if I was running it, would have sold more than bought at the trade deadline because I don't think this team's a competitor this year. I don't get what the Jets are doing. I don't get that at all. I don't get we're going to, you know what, our offense is garbage, but we think we have talent there, and our defense is actually pretty good. So let's fire the defensive coach that had him playing good and then get rid of all the players that he had playing well. That seems backwards to me. That, you know, you could have built an identity. Also, let's hire another defensive coach in Aaron Glenn and then get rid of all of his players. So I don't know what they're doing. I'm putting that one back on that they're just a dumpster fire of an organization. We did see some other big names because, yeah, the Jets also traded Sauce Gardner to the Colts, which is a really big trade that happens before the trade deadline. We also saw Jacoby Myers end up on the Jaguars in a pretty big deal. We did see as well that the Chargers do pick up Trevor Penning from the Saints to try and help out after losing Joe Alt. They're trying to help their season come along, so they had another offensive lineman. The Eagles did not move A.J. Brown, even though there was a lot of talk about that. The Jets did not move Breece Hall, even though he wanted to be traded. He was done with being there. He doesn't think he's getting a new contract. So, I mean, he would rather go try to earn more money or get something else going a little bit later. And then another big one is the Seahawks, who have been really good, add Rashid Shaheed to their roster to add some speed out on that wide receiver core. So this does it was a pretty active trade deadline, Matt. More than there usually is in the NFL.
Yeah. I seem to remember not more than a year or two ago, the NFL trade deadline being like, well, like 2 or 3 guys got traded.
Yeah.
Like, this is the most I can remember seeing in a very long time.
Well, this is kind of
exciting.
Is what the NFL wanted to do because they moved the trade deadline. They moved it further back in the season. And the whole reason they never done it before was that they were like, we don't want teams necessarily scrapping everything and tanking. So if we put it earlier, then teams can't really just sell. And we don't want a good team to, you know, basically pillage a bad team and get all their best players. Same thing in fantasy football. So all of that they didn't want. It happened a little bit with the Jets, but one team came over and took them all out. So all that being said, they did get what they wanted, which is to make more news today and have more big-time trades. Now, granted, the Jets were really the primary person of making the big-time deals, sending out 2 really good young players in Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. But they did make 2 big trades, and the NFL gets a little spotlight going for them.
Yeah, the Jets are obviously in sell mode. They landed a bunch of draft capital over the next 2 seasons to really give themselves a chance. What they end up doing with that, because they're the Jets, is anyone's guess. But they've set themselves up pretty nicely to rebuild their franchise. Just a quick note on Trevon Diggs, Patrick. I looked this up while you were talking.
Yes.
He against the Giants in week 2, he allowed 80% of the catches thrown his way to be caught. He allowed 104 receiving yards and gave up 26 yards per catch. And then against the Giants, against the Bears, he gave up 35 yards per catch. And against the Panthers, he gave up 19 yards per catch. So he's trash.
There was a stat, and I can't tell you what it is because I saw it 3 or 4 days ago. That he was the only one that had certain stat, but it was a stat that it surprised me when I saw it. But it was one of those Cowboys lovers things that came out that trying to sell the fact that they were going to be able to keep going and get back into it. But yeah, trade deadline happened today. Some action there. We'll talk more about the Cowboys and their matchup. What you got?
The account ML Football that's just known for being bombastic and over the top and stupid.
Yeah, troll account.
Their tweet 2 hours ago was, "Who is stopping this Cowboys defense from winning a Super Bowl?"
I don't know. The coaching staff?
Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Kwity Paye, Oso Digizua, Jadeveon Clowney, Logan Wilson, DeMarvion Overshown, Trevon Diggs, Deron Bland, Donovan Wilson, and Wanye Thomas.
Yeah, it's coming, man. Winning it all. Winning it all, guys. No. It is but that trade deadline happened today. We'll talk more Cowboys in hour 2. We've also got the Overreactions Tuesday coming up in hour 2 as we get to talking a little college football and NFL. But I want to get back into Texas versus Vandy for a little bit. Wait, I'm also, by the way, shout out to the UT women's basketball team. Do you see the win last night?
72-point win. Unbelievable.
123-51. Which is why I said I wasn't as excited to watch that game as men's, because I'm like, they're going to destroy them. They're playing Friday, though, against the number 24 ranked team in the country, Matt.
Yeah.
Richmond is the number 24 ranked women's basketball team in the country. I would not have known that. I looked it up today and was like, is that in D1? Is that what we're doing here? So I guess Richmond's got some good players on their team this year.
Can I give you one more Trevon Diggs stat real quick?
Go for it.
Jadeveon Clowney has 3 passes defended this year.
Yeah.
Guess how many Trevon Diggs has?
0.
0.
Well, he's also got to play some to do that. I mean, how many games has Trevon Diggs played so far this year?
The majority.
Oh, I thought he missed some at the beginning of the season. I know he's out with a concussion now, so
he's played in 6 of their 9 games. So.
Okay, I thought he played a few less.
Anyway, I'm going to stop bagging on Trevon Diggs. He sucks.
And Timo Brutus, the whole thing with Davis Mills, I'll tell you this. I don't think Davis Mills is that bad. I think we have one of the worst play callers in the NFL as our play caller. And CJ Stroud has hidden some of those lack of being able to put together a cohesive plan to be an offensive coordinator. I didn't go to LA for the parade. No, I stayed here in town. I didn't go. But I think I'm putting this more on the fact that there's no offensive line. They've had a ton of injuries in the wide receiver room. I think they were somewhat healthy last week, though, because Nico Collins and Christian Kirk played. But I think it's much more of this offense has looked bad a ton of times this year. They're playing the Broncos, who have a pretty good defense, and then you're sticking out a backup quarterback who my guess would be the offensive coordinator hadn't even told Davis Mills what they were going to call because it doesn't seem like he knows what he's doing. And maybe that's too much to put on him, but it just doesn't feel like this team. They just keep hiring guys who don't feel like they're ready for the job. And then they're like, well, we'll learn on the job. And you go, there's not time to anymore. You don't get 3 years to figure this out because in 3 years, we got to pay everybody and we're not going to be able to have this team anymore. There was a window and they keep using it to experiment with new coaches. And it's very frustrating.
Yeah, it's abysmal. Also, Temple of Brutus. I'm not saying Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't a stud. He's the best wide receiver prospect, like in terms of skill and athletic ability that has come into the NFL in a very, very long time. But he made Deron Bland, who's a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro, sit on his ass at the goal line with a single move. That's an indictment against the Cowboys more than anything else.
Well, you got to remember, Brutus is an Ohio State guy.
Well, I know.
He's really anyone that came out of. I mean, that's true. It is easy to say they came from Ohio State and they're a wide receiver. They're good. It's not a hard statement right now. There's a lot of those. But Texas versus Vandy. I want to get in this because the narrative has now been there are two camps after Texas versus Vanderbilt. Matt, that I've heard from and seen, which is the camp that's like, oh my God, we got to see Texas play really good football. We got to see them start to figure some things out. And then the other camp that is a more negative camp, which is, well, we saw you can still beat Texas. We saw all the flaws that are still there. We saw that this defense is not an elite defense, that they're able to get beat pretty easily. We saw that, Sark figured out something, but someone else will figure it out. And Sark's too slow to figure it out because it took him this long to figure out how to fix things. So there's positives and there's negatives. There's positive people and negative people. We're a more positive show, Matt. We have always been more of a positive show, but I think it's worth it to weigh the positives and negatives of this game because we do see people say that it was a 3-point win. And I get that in the grand scheme of things, tonight is the playoff rankings coming out. And with the rankings coming out tonight, the fact that it's a 3-point win may cost him a couple spots in all reality. Because I agree that the AP poll, that should be more of a thing than the college football playoff poll, where they actually meet and talk these things out. And someone in that room should be able to stick their hand up and go, by the way, they beat Vandy by 3 touchdowns. They screwed it up at the end. But they dominated that game, really. And they dominated Oklahoma. So they do have 2 wins over top 10 teams where they played really, really good football. They got dominated in the Florida game. The Florida game was not as close as people made it out to be. They made a run at that one, but they really did not play well in that game at all. So you could say that all in that room. But the fact that it's a 3-point win is going to matter somewhat in the grand scheme of things, especially in a couple of weeks when everything moves on and people just start looking back and going, well, you only beat Vanderbilt by 3 points, especially if they are lose another game here before they play Tennessee. So is there a negative for you, Matt? Playing devil's advocate, where you really look at this game and you see the real negative of what negative do you pull out of this that you think carries the most weight from this game? Because I think both of us think there was a ton of positives. But I'm going to say, what do you think was the big negative out of this Texas Vanderbilt game?
Look, I don't want to sound like too much of a homer. But it's really hard for me to find a negative. And I know they gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter. But as I pointed out yesterday, you didn't have Michael Taff, your All-American safety. You didn't have Jelani McDonald, your other really, really, really good safety. You're playing 2 guys back there in Xavier Filsaime and Jonah Williams for a degree who have not played a lot of football this year. Your other guy out there was Derek Williams, who's playing this year for the first time in almost a year and a half because he had injury issues. And there was a bunch of miscommunication back there. And that defense was absolutely gassed. They played more snaps than any other defense in the country or the previous 2 weeks. So it's really hard for me to find a negative in that, in just the sense of they were just really beat up and really tired at the end of that game. Also, you were facing a top 10 team with a Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback and the best tight end in the country. So they were going to make a run at some point. That's what they do. They are a good football team. And the narrative that really pisses me off more than anything else that I've seen over the last few weeks, Patrick, or the last few days, Patrick, is that, this just proves that Vanderbilt's overrated because they lost to Texas. What? Now that Texas won, Vanderbilt sucks. Okay, that makes a ton of sense. So much sense. The team that had Alabama like within a score with like 5 minutes left to play. The team that beat Missouri. The team that beat LSU before LSU completely collapsed.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think all of that's in there. I do think I think if you want to take what the negative of all you just said was, The negative is this is still a really young team overall.
Yeah.
And we can look at, if there's an injury or two, the depth may lead to ways to break through. I think that's a negative, though, for a ton of teams in 2025. I don't know how many teams have mass amounts of depth anymore that are ready to come in and play in big moments. I'm with you. And so I'm with you. And Timber Brewers, I think that's another one we could put out, that Texas, do they play down to their competition at points? Is that a negative we can take out of this game? That they just pull in. I'm trying to find the other side of it. I'm with you. I don't think there was this many negatives in this game. Trying to find the other side of the ball. Trying to find the other side of it. And Wisner does put up his really good games against teams that are playing better. Part of that is the offensive line have been playing better against better teams. And Florida was a more talented team that was really down, and Texas didn't show up for the game. And you look at that and you go, look, you better show up against Georgia. You better show up against A&M. You know what those two teams are. They're top teams. You want to show up for them. The Arkansas game, you could sit and say, well, there's a decent enough chance that you're not, fully amped up for that game. Then it becomes a harder game than it needs to be. Because your offensive line maybe doesn't take it as seriously. And you don't have that feel in there. And Taylon Green all of a sudden just makes some big plays on you, because Taylon Green's a really, really good football player. I'm playing devil's advocate on this one, because I agree that there was so many positives. It's been fun to watch people have to kind of backtrack on the whole Arch Manning thing a little bit and go, wow, look at that. He plays football well, and him climb back up the power rankings of SEC quarterbacks and all of those pieces, and him win an SEC Player of the Week award. All that stuff is great for me to watch. We have a bye week this week where they do get to self-scout, and this is a little bit of self-scouting, Matt. We're looking at some of the pieces on this defense and this offense, say, what do we learn from last week that we need to fix going forward? And finishing games is definitely one of those pieces. Now, you can say they finished really well against Mississippi State and went on a run, but just being able to come out there and play a full game, whether you start that way or you finish that way, I think is something that we haven't seen Texas necessarily. Maybe Sam Houston, they played 60 minutes. Is that the one game that they played 60 minutes in where you really went, okay, 60 minutes, you guys dominated that. You were the better team for 60 minutes. I know in the SEC play, that's really, really hard to do and nitpicky. Another one of those things that I do get annoyed when people are like, get mad at you for SEC play. And we'll get into one of the overreactions in the game in the 5 o'clock hour. But I think that there is a piece that I'm just trying to figure out, what, if you're self-scouting on this team, Matt, after Vanderbilt, what are you looking at and saying, these are the big things we got to work on?
Well, first of all, I think it's unfair to say that this is the only game they've dominated, or the only game they've dominated is Sam Houston.
No, for 60 minutes.
I thought they dominated San Jose State for 60 minutes. I thought they dominated Oklahoma for almost 60 minutes. I know that they didn't score a whole lot in the first half, but they completely shut down that Oklahoma offense. And I thought that they dominated Vanderbilt for 50 minutes.
Oh, no, I agree. And by the way, they did. And that's why I say 60 minutes, though, is because are you playing that top level of football? It's hard in the SEC. We've seen that's kind of been the Indiana and Ohio State thing, but they haven't played the same level of competition.
Yeah. But I think that there's only one team in the SEC who has dominated every opponent for 60 minutes or come close to dominating. Like, Texas A&M is the only team who has dominated the majority of their games for 60 minutes. They almost blew it to Notre Dame, and they had a really tight one with arguably the worst team in the SEC in Auburn. So it's really hard to do that in the SEC. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Anyway, if I'm self-scouting this team, I think there's a couple of issues that I'm still a little bit worried about. One, can that offensive line replicate what they did against Vanderbilt for the rest of the season? How much does Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson translate going forward against Georgia and against Texas A&M and against Arkansas? That's something that I'm still very concerned about. Another thing on the defensive side, The depth in the secondary is concerning to me. I thought it was better than it was coming into the season. It turns out that if you lose either one of those guys, that you're in big trouble. So how do you figure out a way to minimize that weakness? I find it very hard to believe that Michael Taft is going to miss another game for the rest of the season, no matter what happens. He's just going to be like, no, cut it off. I don't care. I'm playing.
Well, considering he was like on the edge this week and then just didn't go, it feels like with a bye week in Georgia, he'll be ready.
Yeah. But I also think that there's a couple of things that you can take away from, if you're self-scouting, a couple of things you can take away from this game that are very positive.
Yeah.
And it starts with Arch Manning. If you look at his advanced stats after this game, he's playing like a top 5 quarterback in the SEC. His adjusted completion percentage is 4th in the SEC. It's 76% with if you count drops and things like that. He has the 3rd best touchdown to turnover ratio, touchdown interception ratio in the SEC. He is where's the other one I was looking? His PFF grade is the 4th best in the SEC, behind only Gunnar Stockton, Joey Aguilar, and Ty Simpson. So he's turning a corner. He's playing really, really well. And I know that the Kentucky game happened, and I know that the UTEP game happened. He played really well against Florida, all things considered. He played awesome against Oklahoma. He played really well against Mississippi State, especially in the second half. He killed Vanderbilt. So that's something that you can take away that's very, very positive. Also, the way that they were blocking in the run game against Vanderbilt, who was a really, really good defense. I know people hear the name Vanderbilt and they're like, oh, well, Vanderbilt's Vanderbilt. They had one of the best defenses in the SEC statistically up until that game.
Yeah.
And Texas beat them in every facet. So you can go both ways, self-scouting and find weaknesses and find positives. What I think is more important than anything else is that this team has seems over the last 6 quarters to have figured out what they need to do to make the offense work. And now that they have a week off and some time to get some guys healthy and get some guys refreshed in the bye week, I think you're going to come out and see that defense play a lot better. I really, really do. And to answer Temple of Brutus's question, the Tennessee defense sacked Stockton 4 times. Can Texas match the pressure? Texas leads the nation in sacks. I think they should be able to do that if they play the way that they're capable of playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the big question out of this. And I think that's kind of when I go to self-scouting, when I look at this game and when I look at the Oklahoma game, and then I look at Mississippi State and I look at Kentucky, I get Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson. It seems to be the better fit. But I also look at that and go, things don't work like that in real life, where you are horrifically bad for a lot of weeks and then played really good. It feels like it's somewhat of a matchup. It feels like there's still going to be things that you need to work on. It does feel like that's the right lineup to have out there right now. And you were able to diagnose things much better. It seemed to have a better communication with Arch as well in that game, that he was able to pick out some things. When you watch the film back, you can see Arch diagnosing a few things and making the right calls out of it. So I think there was a lot of positive in that. In 2 weeks, though, you're playing a Georgia team that last year against a much more veteran offensive line, against a quarterback who, doesn't have the legs that Arch does, but as the pieces, completely and utterly dominated you in the regular season on both lines of scrimmage. You figured that out a little bit by the SEC championship. I think that now when we get to it, where's the self-scouting of how do we figure out how to make this offensive line? Do you try and make this offensive line more dominant, or do you just kind of play it safe at a certain point and go, what you guys did at Vanderbilt, like that's what we need out of you. We don't need you to beat the world. We're not trying to run for 200 yards a game. I don't know if you can really push this offensive line to do too much more, because even what Sark said was Connor Robertson and Cole Hudson, he's like, those are not guys I want out there necessarily athletically. I would much rather have some guys who can move some people around. Those guys are just missing too many assignments.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's sort of overlooked how much that left guard position has been affecting how bad this offensive line has been playing. It's been causing a ripple effect throughout the rest of the offensive line. And the majority, I feel like I'd have to go look at the PFF stats or whatever, but I feel like the majority of pressures have come from inside, in between that left guard and that center spot. And I don't think that it's just Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson being out there that fixed everything. Brandon Baker has been unbelievable the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
That helped a ton. And I think that you're onto something. I don't think that you need to necessarily try to make things more complicated now that you have 3 veterans in the interior of your offensive line. But I do think you can maybe try a couple more things. And let's be honest, like going into Georgia, they have the worst pass rush in the SEC this year, statistically. Yeah. Now, does that mean that you don't have to worry about a Georgia pass rush? Absolutely not. They've got dudes all across that defense. They just haven't been executing at a high level. And now fortunately for Texas, you have a bye week and you get to sit there and watch them play Mississippi State this weekend and kind of scout them a little bit more and prepare for them for 2 weeks. Whereas Georgia has to focus on a Mississippi State team who has been really good in SEC play in terms of pushing teams to the limit.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think that you just let the veterans be veterans and you keep things as simple as you can while giving Arch time to throw. Like I don't want them to go back to what they were doing at the beginning of the season where they're pulling Cole Hudson all the way to the other side of the line to block for, help the right tackle or whatever the case may be. Cause I don't think that he's necessarily athletic enough to do that like Nick Brooks was, but it seems like they've found the combination that works. Now it's just about making sure that stays consistent, and you've got 2 weeks to work with the guys and shore that up and make it even better before you head into Athens.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, because there was a couple of plays in the game where they did really disguise screens and disguise, delays really well, letting guys come after Arch and then Arch getting the ball out right in time and then having 3 or 4 blockers just ready downfield. They were able to pull that off 2 or 3 times in the Vanderbilt game. I'm curious to see how much they try and do that against a Georgia team that's going to be faster. To see, like, how often do you feel confident to let the play develop at that speed? Because with Vanderbilt, you were like, it was really close on a couple of them. And I know you want it to be close, but it's probably half second closer than you want it to be. Where you want the guys to be coming through and you want your guys to get set up, but you want it all to just work a little bit quicker. But you say that they don't necessarily have the athleticism that they're going to be chugging it downfield and ready to hit their blocks. So I think that's going to be a really interesting piece during this week.
Well, also, I think that it has to be noted, it has to be noted as well. I don't think that a Kirby Smart coach defense is going to miss that many tackles.
Very, very true.
So
very, very true.
I find it hard to believe that you're going to have that many explosive plays against this defense, which their secondary has been a weakness too, that they can be got in the secondary. They've had a bunch of miscommunication back there themselves, but they aren't going to have a guy miss 5 or 6 tackles in a game and lead to a bunch of explosive plays. They're very good about wrapping up, getting guys to the ground, rallying to the football and doing those kinds of things. So this is probably going to be much more of the, much more in the vein of like the Oklahoma game where the yards come at a premium, the scoring comes at a premium, and it's kind of more of a defensive battle in that sense, as opposed to being like 45-42 at the end of the game. Now I say that, and it's probably going to be 45-42 just because the football gods like to punish me. But it seems like it's going to be that way. It's going to be good on good. It's going to be athlete on athlete. And I think that Georgia could have an advantage in that sense with their defense against the Texas offense, because I do think that their defense, by and large, is more athletic than the Texas offensive line, especially with Hudson and Robertson in there. Yeah. But experience matters. And also history would show that Kirby Smart knows how to coach defense against a Steve Sarkisian offense.
Yes.
In their last 2 matchups, like I know that Quinn threw for 358 yards and Texas would have won that game if it wasn't for scholarship Burt. And if it wasn't for Carson Beck probably getting knocked out of the game, they probably win. But they also did a tremendous job of shutting down the Texas running game.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to play complementary football in all of the senses of the term to be able to beat this team. And you also, you can't go in there and make any kind of mistakes. Like this has to be a turnover-free football game. It has to. You can't give Georgia short fields. And it's going to be very similar to Vanderbilt in the sense of, Gunnar Stockton can move around. He can run with the football. He's very athletic and he likes to run with the ball. So you can't leave open rushing lanes. You can't leave him open. You got to spy the guy. You can't leave him open to scramble for a first down or they're just going to eat you up. That's exactly what he did last year in the SEC championship game. So there's a lot of different things that have to go right for Texas to win this game, but this is the most beatable Georgia team that we have seen in a long time under Kirby Smart. And there's this stat out there that they've lost like 1 home game, I think, since COVID. That was this year. So it seems like they're beatable. It's just you have to play your best game if you're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's going to be there. I do like in the chat people going into the now Arch 2026 bandwagon, being like, this is when, which is always funny because last year it was supposed to be 2025 and we all went, well, next year. And then you hit the reality. There's a lot of young players. You're going to lose more players this year to the draft. Replacing an Anthony Hill is going to be really, really hard next year. Replacing some of these players on the defense are going to be really, really hard. Replacing a Michael Taft is going to be really, really hard. So there are going to be question marks. I think Texas may have a better idea of what to do in the portal this year than they did last year. But it also depends, are we in the college football playoff again this year when the portal opens up? And can they really sit down and identify and have those meetings with guys and know who's going to stay and go? I think it is all going to be interesting. And Naman, they did kick away from Niblett. They kicked away from in the kickoff game a lot too. In Texas kickoff game hasn't been electric. It's been the punt game. Like Niblett's not bad in the kickoff game, and no one's been bad in the kickoff game. But really, the punt game is where Texas has made its mark with 2 touchdowns. But they kicked short twice on kickoffs, I believe. And that was a little bit like, are you scouting that, or do you think Niblett's got a kickoff return in there? They did kick to him on punts a few times, but those were normally ones that you're putting the ball with enough hang time because it's a short field. So they weren't really kicking it to him out of their own backfield and out of their own 20 or 30. But they don't punt the ball a ton, and they definitely don't go 3 and out a ton. They did a couple times in this game, but they don't do it a lot. So we did see them kick away from Niblett some. But, yeah, they're definitely – I don't think anybody would like Niblett to return another punt this season on them.
No.
Like at all. Not even for 5 yards. I don't want to see it.
No. And Niblett in kick returns is average like 25 yards of kick return, so he gets the ball like about to where it would be if it's a touchback. So, yeah, if Georgia punts to Ryan Niblett, God help them. Like, I think Kirby Smart will be pissed if they accidentally punt it because I don't think they're planning on it even once.
No. Well, we won a lot of punts, by the way. More punts, the better. And it's a difference. It's a lot harder to angle punts away and do everything else if you're punting from your 25 or your 35. Because now you're talking about field position. And if you punt it out of bounds, that's real easy to be a 30 yard net punt because you just angle it too much. So there's a reason why it's way easier to kick it straight downfield. Just a lot of times, if you're at your own 45, then you can kind of put a little bit more hang time on that punt, and then someone can get underneath, and you're not going to get a big return anyway. So they're going to be trying to get those done for sure. Matt, I want to talk a little Texas men's basketball too before we get done with hour 1 because they do start their season tonight. Excited to see what they do tonight because this is the dawning of the Sean Miller era. at Texas. A lot of people very excited about it. A lot of people outside of Texas very excited about it. When I was looking around at some other people, looking at the betting trends on this and seeing where the predictions are on this right now, last I looked, Duke was favored by 10.5 in this game, which I'll get into Duke in a minute and why they're favored by 10.5. But this is a Texas team that looks to be healthier than they've been in a while. Tremont Mark is supposed to be the healthiest he has been in a couple of years. Jordan Pope returning, hoping to fit into this type of offense much better than he fit into the Rodney Terry offense, trying to move the ball, get down court, and make some moves. Defensively, I have my questions about what Texas is going to be able to do in this. You know, Tremont Mark's a good defensive player. You know, Kendall Weaver's a good defensive player. Depending on who you're playing at the center position of Traore or Voigt Titus, I think that also may hinder what you're trying to do running the basketball. I don't know how well those two guys run. We'll find that out tonight. But defensively, there are some worries about this Texas team probably not being the same defensive team they've been the last couple of years, of really being able to shut people down, because you may be putting in guys to go a bit more. You get like a Cam Heide, who is that energy guy, and he wants to go in there, but he's a little undersized at where he's going to be playing. And so when you're playing a team like Duke that has some guys with some power and some size, they may be able to attack a Cam Heide a little bit more. So there are some questions to see if this Texas team can keep the number down while trying to get out. A lot of what Sean Miller wants to do really helps you to be in the break and off of a rebound. So is Texas going to be able to get those stops, or are they going to be constantly inbounding the basketball and trying to get it in quick, where Duke, all they really have to do is kind of slow you down a little bit and they get 3 or 4 guys back, and it kills what you're trying to do of playing faster basketball to get some points. That being said, you look at what Duke is doing right now. Duke has brought in a bunch of young, talented players. So yes, they lost a Con Knipple and Cooper Flagg and the big man up there as well. We're all gone. Those are some people they lost. They have brought in the Boozer brothers, Cameron and Caden. Cameron is the one to really worry about. He's your number 1 overall prospect in this draft. He's 6'9", 235. That guy is going to be downside. He is supposed to be one of the top talents going to the NBA next season. Carlos Boozer's kid. Caden Boozer's also, he was one of the top point guards. I believe the number 10 point guard recruit in the country as well. They bring him in. They've got another kid whose name I can't pronounce. Kamenia, I believe is his name. He's a 5-star small forward who's 6'8". Dame Sarr is a 6'7" shooting guard from Italy. He is brought in another 5-star. So they have a lot of young talent they're bringing in to replace the guys that they have lost to the draft. They're also bringing back 4 rotation players from last season who went to the Final Four. There's just a lot of talent on this Duke team. There's a lot of size on this Duke team. When we look at what their starting lineup is most likely going to be, you're starting Caleb Foster at the 1. He's 6'5". You're starting Isaiah Evans at the 2. He's 6'6". Dame Sarr at the 3, 6'8". Cameron Boozer, 6'9". And then Nabanga is the 6'8" center, who that may be your part. This is kind of where Texas is going to have to figure it out. And this is what Sean Miller wants to do. You have to be able to attack the basket with this Texas team. Now, we know Kendall Weaver can. We know Jordan Pope can. We know Tremont Mark can. Can they attack the basket on a Duke team that there's a possibility that the rim protection will not be what it was last season? That feels like what you really have to be able to do in this game tonight to make yourself stay in the game. Continue to attack the basket. It's going to matter how they call the game, because if they're letting them bump you bodies when you're driving the basket, it's going to be a lot harder for Texas. If they start to, maybe put you in foul trouble for going up and defending some of these shots around the basket, maybe Texas has a little bit better of a shot to go in and get some points scored the other way. And the flip of that, to open up those shots, you have to be able to hit some threes. If you're shooting under 30% from 3, they don't have to guard it. They can start moving in. That's how you rim protect. That's how you swipe at balls. That's how you stop everything. So for Texas tonight, you're going to have to be able to see them try and drive to the bucket, get some buckets inside, and you have to hit threes to be able to do that. It's going to be a tall tale against a really good Duke basketball team, Matt.
Yeah, that size is something that's concerning me for sure. Now, like, what's Texas's starting lineup going to be? Well, it's probably Tremont Mark, Jordan Pope, Dalen Swain, Cam Heide, and Midas Voikatitis, if that would be my guess, at least. I think Kendall Weaver is best used as a guy off the bench. He just brings that energy and gives you that real boost when he comes into the game. But facing that much size and that much talent against a Duke team that also has, some veterans with some real experience that have been in the Final Four is very concerning. I mean, I hate the term David versus Goliath because, first of all, I don't think people remember how that story goes a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But like this is a situation where everything has to go perfectly for you if you're going to win this football or this basketball game. You have to set the tempo. You have to be the ones that get out and push the ball down the floor and turn this into a track meet, so that they can't use that size against you as often. But 10.5 points feels about right. If I'm making a bet here, I really believe in what Sean Miller is building in Austin. I think he did a great job in the portal of bringing in some really good players. Swain, the point guard from St. John's,
Wilcher,
and Cam Heide and all these guys. But that's a really dynamic class that Duke brought in as well. I mean, Boozer is unbelievable. Both of the Boozers are really good, but the big one is really good. So it's interesting. It also provides a lot of unknowns in this game as well. Like, how do we know that these 5 stars are going to come out and kick ass on night one? A lot of times that doesn't happen because these guys have to get adjusted. It's a lot different than football, right? I mean, it's a lot easier to succeed as a 5-star in college basketball than it is in college football. But there may be an adjustment period for these guys, and that could provide Texas an opportunity to make some noise in this game if those guys are still trying to adjust to the speed of the college game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the point. Is you are playing a younger Duke team as well, and you're probably built a little bit more. Now they do have a lot of guys who have played already, but they're going to be playing some freshmen because they're really good. And this is early in the season where you want to give those freshmen a chance to go out and play against a good team and get some experience, because Duke knows as well as anybody else they want to win this basketball game, but they also need to get their guys ready for the ACC schedule. They need to be ready to go, and this will be a big opportunity for them to get their guys some run. So they will push. I'll say this. I think Kendall Weaver will be in the starting lineup, not Cam Heide. I think Cam Heide is going to be the energy guy off the bench this year, is what they're going to try and do. But I don't know yet. I've not seen the official what the starting lineup will be. But I know Kendall Weaver went with Sean Miller to SEC Media Days. So that's why I'm going to believe that he's going to put him in the starting lineup. I think Kendall Weaver may be the second best player on this team right now. If we've seen his progress and what he's been able to do, if he gets a 3-point shot, then he becomes the best player on this team. He's a really good perimeter defender. He is unbelievably athletic attacking the basket. He does need a little bit more handles. He needs a little bit better shot, but there's not really the standout player on this year's team. Like, you want Tremont Mark to be that guy, and you're hoping he evolves back into the guy he was at Arkansas, the guy he was at when he was at Houston. That was really a top-level player, and not so much a guy who last year was a good player, but not really where you thought he was not. He's not an NBA caliber player. You like to have an NBA caliber player on this roster, and that's kind of the big difference. Is Duke probably has 3 or 4 guys on this roster that'll be in the NBA in either next year or in a few years. And I don't know if Texas really has that NBA guy on this roster right now. And that's where the talent level goes back and forth. Now, they may have somebody that plays much better now that Trey Johnson's gone and they get more run with the ball. They look better. You may get somebody who plays much better in the Sean Miller system. So there may be somebody there. Dalen Swain is somebody who has the body to be an NBA guy. He just needs to pick up some other parts of his game, but he definitely has the body to get to that point is there. And Joe, I get liking having Kendall as your 6th man. The problem is if Kendall Weaver is better than 4 of your starters, you cannot put him on the bench. You have to play him more minutes. But Cam Heide, I'm telling you, Cam Heide is a spark plug guy. That's what he was for Purdue. He was their spark plug guy. And he is a guy that also comes in and is a little bit undersized at the power forward position, but can run the ball and is going to try and run down and make a Boozer or make whoever else run more and more than they want to run and defend him as he's just running all over the court. So I think the thought process is to have Cam Heide be your spark plug off the bench this year, and then try and have Kendall Weaver maybe run it down a little bit more. Because also I think Kendall Weaver on the breaks is going to be really, really big, inbounding the ball to Jordan Pope and sending Kendall Weaver, or inbounding the ball to Kendall Weaver and sending Jordan Pope, I think are two big movements for them this year. And so they're just going to want them to play a lot of minutes. We'll see where Wilcher falls into this as well, because that's another guy to bring into this situation to see how many minutes does Wilcher end up getting versus Jordan Pope. Because I know last year we just didn't see Pope play at the level we were hoping to. He is a former double-digit a point night scorer. He could get back to that level in this offense. But if he doesn't, his defense is lacking. He's going to be way undersized in some of these matchups tonight. So you could see Wilcher start to come in and play more minutes for him as well.
Well, one of the things that I'm particularly excited about, and you kind of touched on, is how some of these players adjust to Sean Miller's new system.
Yeah.
And I think that Jordan Pope and Kendall Weaver specifically are guys who could really, really excel in this kind of offense. Having Jordan Pope in there in a ball control half court offense last season just wasn't the recipe.
Well, but in a defensive led team.
Yeah. And I think that Kendall Weaver, to the same degree, even though he's really, really good defensively, he's super athletic. So you want to get him running as much as possible. So those two guys I'm particularly excited about seeing what they can do in this new system tonight. And Tremont Mark as well. I mean, last year having him in the half court, you know, he was such a black hole for a lot of the season, just trying to do too much and kind of take over the game when you had a lottery pick sitting next to you. It's like, and I know that Trey Johnson led the team in scoring and all that stuff, but I felt like Tremont Mark just held onto the ball far too often. And maybe in this new system, he's running a lot more and he's moving more without the ball. I mean, we won't really know what it looks like until we get to see it on the court.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of guys who from last year's team who are back, and some of the guys that they brought in who are more suited for this kind of attack and this kind of scheme. So we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying we'll get to see if John Clark or Nick Cody end up getting into this game at all. I'm curious to see if either one of those guys kind of gets some more minutes and is being used in there, or if it's Declan Deroux, who is a freshman out of Germany, if he's stepped up in that place. I think a lot of it's going to be, too, who can hit shots. Because we've already seen two of the recruits coming to Texas for Sean Miller are 3-point specialists.
Mm-hmm.
Which should tell you what he believes he does not have on this roster currently. He's a 3-point shooter, really, and doesn't have that, dead-eye guy that he really wants to have. Now, you're expecting Jordan Pope to be more in that. He is already a senior. So is he going to be able to step into that role at all? We'll have to see. But I think, he's going to end up wanting – you need some shooting because, again, if you're going to try and attack the basket as the shorter team in this game, you have to be able to stretch these guys out a little bit more. And this is a game where I don't have high hopes of Texas winning the game. I'd love if they could keep it within the number, because that to me puts them in a different category than they were in last year, where some of these games got out of control, like really, really out of control. And if Sean Miller can find a way to keep them in the game, then I'll say, all right, there's some more hope as they try and build and get to where they're at, that this team and Sean Miller is in the right direction. It's not the end of the world if they lose by 30, because it just means Duke's going to be really good. But I don't want to see that tonight. I'd like to see him stay within the game, not be, I don't want to be at halftime being like, all right, time to go walk the dog. It's over. So we will end up seeing what ends up happening with Texas in the game tonight. 10.5-point line, though, is never a good thing you want to see. It's also in Carolina, so it's neutral site, but it's
neutral site.
It's driving distance from Duke.
Yeah.
One's a drive, one's a flight. So should tell you how neutral that is. And Joe, I get it. We could play an easy one first. We'll play plenty of easy ones after this. I would say we'd have to play at least 4 or 5 easy ones before we played a Duke team. And at that point, Duke's going to be better. I will say catching Duke with a ton of freshmen, and we're not really playing any freshmen, then there may be an edge for Texas on that, not letting them have a game or two in there, because they, at the end of the season, will be a better basketball team than Texas is. Can you catch them slipping early is your best shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably Texas's biggest strength heading into this game, is that they have more experience than Duke does right now.
Yeah.
And maybe that allows you to kind of be faster at the beginning of the season and get off to a better start because you've got guys that have played college basketball. I really hope this doesn't turn into a 30-point game at halftime. And then if that happens, I'm just going to go play Battlefield 6 and turn it off. But I kind of like the idea of not starting off with a tomato can and going up against a Duke, because it really gives you a litmus test. And I know it's the first game of the season and college basketball is a long season and all that stuff, but it really gives you a litmus test for, what this team is in terms of talent and athletic ability and how this system works and all this stuff. And if it's going to work against a good team like Duke is. And if you lose, it don't matter at all. But if you win, you already have a quality win on your resume. So I don't think that there's any negatives to playing a really good team in the first game of the season. It's not like college football where it's like, okay, I wish we would have had Ohio State in week 4 instead of week 1.
Yeah.
Then again, watching Ohio State the last couple of weeks, it's like, I don't think it would have mattered.
That's exactly what I'm saying, man. I think that's the reality. Is I think if we played there, Julian Sane would have been better. I think they would have opened up that offense a little bit more on us, and it would have been harder. Now, Texas defense is really good, so who knows where that would have ended up. But I can understand why why I would at least be a little bit more like, okay, play them week 1. They're going to start 2 true freshmen at least for Duke. They're going to play them a lot of minutes. You're probably going to see both Boozer brothers play together a lot of minutes. If you can turn them over, big piece tonight. Whoever wins the turnover battle should have a better chance in this game, because Texas is playing fast. If you can play fast and not lose a turnover battle in your first game of the season because you're turning them over more, okay, now you're not getting blown out. But if it's, 18-9 or something like that, and the young kids aren't turning it over, it's not good. Not good. It's going to take you a little bit longer to get there.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer this one real quick. I can't get into college basketball. I don't know what it is. From Go Dogs Nation, Georgia fan in our chat. That's we're still 2 weeks away.
I guess there's not a Mississippi place.
But we appreciate the listen. Yeah, we appreciate the listen here on Open Gym. I can tell you why you can't get into college basketball, at least because it's the same for me. There's like a few really good teams, and the rest of them are terrible. It's played very different than the NBA. You don't get prepared very well for the NBA in college anymore, and that's why so many guys are going to the G League instead of going to college and all that stuff. It's just not a very good product by and large across the country. There's teams that are really good and are fun to watch, but by and large, if you're not one of those elite teams, it's really not that fun.
There's very different styles of basketball and college basketball, and if those are not your thing, then it's a lot harder to watch. It is, but it's college basketball. It depends. Some games are a ton of fun to watch. It's also like this is the reality of a lot of things in life. The closer you are to it, the better it is. So if you're going to games, college basketball is tons of fun.
Mm-hmm.
If you're sitting courtside, which I've been able to do for many seasons of men's basketball, for not now a few years ago, but when I was doing that, loads and loads of fun to be court. Now I couldn't cheer or anything, so it was working, but you have those, like the closer you get to it, the better it looks, because it's so much faster when you're watching it live in person than when you're watching at home, and it really slows down in the TV format of it. So I think there are positives to it. But yeah, it's if you're not in the same city as it and your team's not really good, then it can be a slog at points. Luckily, SEC basketball has been really, really good. That's a good and a bad, because if your team's losing, then it's not as much fun. But if you can win in the SEC, you'll play a lot of good teams and a lot of good players. Where in the Big 12, there was a lot of good players, but it was not necessarily as much NBA style. I think the ACC probably has the most NBA style of basketball. The SEC is a little bit more hard-nosed, maybe a little bit not a little undersized, but still really good. But the Big 12 was really a lot of undersized and not NBA basketball. So it was a different style, really good college basketball, but not necessarily NBA basketball. So it's a different thing to watch. And you just have to learn how to watch a different sport. You can't watch it like you watch the NBA and expect it to be the same thing. But a lot of people hate the NBA because it's, athleticism has taken over so much in that game now that people can't stand that. I've seen the Giannis gather travel thing 100 million times now of people sending it to me being like, how is this allowed? And you're like, well, if someone defended him, he would not be able to do that. The problem is his defender is sitting in front of the basket and he doesn't come out on him. All he has to do is take one step to him and he has to gather the ball and he wouldn't be able to dunk on him. It's not complicated. Play defense and that wouldn't happen. But if you give a guy a free run to the basket, he can do it.
Yeah. And how about Luka averaging 40 a game?
Well, but he doesn't play anymore, right? Plays like 3 games a year.
Yeah, he's never going to be healthy ever. It's just such a bad basketball player. And yeah, Go Dogs Nation, we appreciate you joining the show. You should tune in every day because we actually respect Georgia very much over here on this program, and we think that they are a hell of a football program. So watch Open Gym every day. We're having Georgia guests on next week, so that'll be even more fun for you.
Yeah. And Joe, the Mood is a fun place for the games. I think it's better than the Irwin Center. I've been to the Irwin Center so many times, and then now I've been to the Mood plenty of times because I was working the games there. But they've done well, like from the initial season to what now, adding all the extra factors into it, it gets better each time we go. All right, why don't we take a quick break here, Matt? We will roll into hour 2, our Overreactions Tuesday. If you have any overreactions in college football or the NFL you'd like us to respond to that you have heard, you said yourself, one of your silly friends said, you can throw those in the chat. We'll get to those when we come back. We'll talk more about the Cowboys' loss on Monday Night Football with the trades, what it means for them going forward. And then we'll see if we have any other games we got to hit up that we missed talking about this season, this weekend, if we have any more time. As we hit all that, we'll be back in about 2.5 minutes here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your batitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Hour 2. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI as he gets straightened out. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And of course, on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you joining us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Matt, were you did you get knocked out? You just
I've got 2 dogs now that my girlfriend has moved in.
Oh, you got the daylight. And then they have the daylight savings time issue as well?
Well, they just like to be under my desk, and they constantly run into it, so it throws my camera off a little bit. But it's a battle, we're getting through it. We're getting through it.
Yeah, my dog, you can tell, is not thrilled right here that there's daylight saving time, and
Yes.
he is like, you feed me at 6 p.m. It is 6:12 p.m. And I have to explain to him for the next week that it is not 6:12 p.m. That the clocks have changed, and because of cows, you have to eat an hour later now.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I don't know how that goes
as we speak. So
it's
sorry guys, gotta wait.
You gotta wait. You have to wait till the same time you've always eaten it. It's just not technically the same time. But yeah, he's not thrilled about it. He's ready to go. He's standing by the door now. Like, come on. Now you petted me. That means it's time to go. We get into it. Every Tuesday we do our overreactions. Overreactions Tuesday, where we will take your overreactions and some overreactions I have seen and heard from around the sports world, and just people I talk to.
Hell yeah!
Roy. There you go, Roy. We will see if Matt believes these are overreactions or truly the correct way to go. And I'll tell you this, Go Dogs, we will talk way more about Georgia. You can ask all the fans in the chat. We'll get more into that game as we get closer to it. Because if we talk about it for 2 weeks, by the time we get to it, we will be sick and tired of talking about it. So we will get more into it, but we do have a lot planned for next week too, is talking Georgia.
Also, we said some stuff about Georgia earlier in the show. If you want to rewind a little bit,
we did talk a little Georgia earlier.
I said a lot of good things about Georgia. Actually,
they're a really good football team. We're aware that they're a really, really good football team. They may not be as good as they have been in previous years, but that's kind of the symptom of across college football now. There isn't the depth. You're not able to just stack classes like you used to be able to do. And so you get into where we're at now that, you sometimes have to sacrifice one thing for the other. And Georgia right now, it may be the pass rush, but if their secondary is going to be able to sit out there, and if they're able to just drop back on you, it's going to make Archer's life a lot harder.
And Gunnar Stockton is dude too.
I know. He's 76 years old though. Gunnar Stockton. Gunnar Stockton he still looks like he should be selling insurance. And he's really good at football. It's frustrating. You want somebody who looks like that to fit the type and just be like a service. You want him to be like, even if he was like Stetson Bennett good, I would have been okay with it. But he's better than Stetson Bennett is. Because he can move and he can run. So I don't let's get to our overreactions here, Matt. We're going to start with the easy one because I have heard this a lot this week. First overreaction. Texas is back, baby. Coming over. It's over. We're back.
Well, that's an overreaction. I will say that if the Texas team that showed up through the first 50 minutes of the Vanderbilt game shows up for the rest of the season, then they're going to be extremely hard to beat for anybody, including Ohio State, including Georgia, including Texas A&M. I need to see them do it against Georgia, and then I need to see them, after playing what's probably going to be a very physical football game against Georgia, going in and facing a really good Arkansas offense the next week and being able to replicate it, and then doing it again against Texas A&M. If they do those things, they can win all three of those games, and they will make the college football playoff, and they will be a team at that point that nobody wants to play. But right now, it's still too much of I don't know yet.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can't go on one game. You had to come back against Mississippi State. You went overtime against Kentucky and Mississippi State. You played really well against Vanderbilt, but I can't go your back fully, and this team's ready to go. I need to see the offensive line win 2 weeks in a row, and that's going to be tough because you don't play 2 easy games in a row anymore.
Yeah.
So
I have a hot take, actually.
Yeah.
Sam Ellinger's "we're back" thing that he did against Georgia after the Sugar Bowl was one of the worst moments in Texas football history.
Because
it was one of the most like oops, we were wrong moments in Texas football history.
It was that. I don't think it was one of the worst because it felt so good in the moment, but it was very much a moment that, like, because it didn't hurt Texas at all. It just, as a Texas fan, you were like, thanks for giving everybody a clip to play back in my face for the next 10 years.
Yeah, and that was a game that Georgia didn't even want to be playing in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is probably why you were able to win. So, anyway.
All right. How about this one? Next overreaction. I've heard this one coming out more and more this week with the dominance of Ohio State and Indiana winning every game by 60 and everybody else kind of playing each other tough in close games. The Big Ten's winning another title this year. They just are. They just have the two best teams in the country. They're winning a title this year. And even though every conference is better than them, they have the two best teams.
I think they might because of Ohio State. I think when Ohio State and Indiana play in the Big Ten championship, Ohio State's going to win by 3 touchdowns. There's 5 teams in the SEC that can win a national championship if they're playing their best football.
Yeah.
I think that there's 3 teams in the Big Ten who could win a national championship if they're playing their best football. So odds being stacked that way, I think the SEC is probably going to get it this year. But Ohio, if I had to pick one team right now, it would probably be Ohio State. If I had to pick 2 teams to play in the national championship right now, it's probably Ohio State and Texas A&M.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm with you. And that's what the question is going to be. What do we see in a few weeks with everything starting to come down and teams starting to merge together? Again, we saw Notre Dame play for a national title last year, and they looked awful at the beginning of the season. So there is something to be said about teams forming and hitting it at the right time. And it's possible Texas could be one of those teams. I think there's some other teams in the SEC that could be doing that as well. The big question is, does it hurt you if you're Ohio State and Indiana to not play a ton of real competition? Does it?
I think it does.
Well, we'll see. If they win another title, then the formula is don't play anybody. Just recruit really well and hope for the best. That being said, this overreaction now, which may or may not be an overreaction, the ACC is now worse than the Big 12 in football. They have now shot themselves in the foot. They don't have any power team because Clemson is now down. Florida State didn't come back. No one in there in the ACC looks really dominant. And the Big 12 at least has Texas Tech, who's playing well. And they have some decent teams. That the ACC now is just kind of started to eat itself, and there's nobody really there. So now the Big 12's passed. They're not the worst football conference anymore. It's ACC.
Well, it seems like the best team in the ACC right now is Virginia, which is kind of concerning, especially when you consider the trajectory that Clemson has been on the last few years. I heard Josh Pate say this the other day, so I'm not taking credit for this idea. In 2018, they won a national championship, had 0 losses. 2019, they had 1 loss. 2020, 2 losses. 2021, 3 losses. 2022, 3 losses. 23 and 24, 4 losses. This year, they already have 5 losses. So they are taking a nosedive under Dabo Swinney, and that was the team that everybody was like, oh, they're an SEC team in the ACC. They're going to dominate everybody forever. And Miami, who physically looks like they have the best team in the SEC in terms of like just dudes and athleticism, continues to shit the bed. Georgia Tech's a one-trick pony. Yeah, there you go. Hair of the dog, taking the words right out of my mouth. Georgia Tech is kind of a one-trick pony with Haynes King. Like, if you can stop him, you're going to stop Georgia Tech. So there's really not a dominant team in that conference anymore. And at least the Big 12 has Texas Tech and BYU. Cincinnati looks really good. Like, if you did a tournament between the Big 12 and the ACC right now, between the top 6 teams in each conference, I think the Big 12 would win the tournament.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to this one. I think we can all agree is not an overreaction. I think this one is just straight up factual. The SEC officiating review crew needs a full audit this offseason.
Yes, they do. 100%.
There has been
how many of these guys are placing bets every week?
You have to go through this with a fine-tooth comb after this season. The reviews in this are terrible. We keep getting reviews that make no sense. Like, why do we have a review at all if you're just going to go, no, it's upheld? No, it has to be inconclusive evidence. We're like, we're not putting someone to jail. We know. Look at it. The guy that was on the sideline didn't have the best view. It was happening in real time. You now have the benefit of hindsight. That's a catch. That's not a touchdown. There's all of these things. So I think that to me, like, it just across the board, for whatever reason, these refs have just done a horrible, horrible job this season. And if really every single, like, there's like 2 to 3 games every week now that it feels like somebody feels like they lost due to officiating. And that's way too many. Normally get like 1 a week where someone's like, oh, this bad call. It is 2 to 3 every week now.
And it's multiple calls as well.
Yes.
We talk about the 2-point conversion for Texas that they gave to Vanderbilt that shouldn't have been there. All the missed holding calls on multiple plays. How about the one where Texas was driving down the field when they were up 31-10 or whatever it was, and they missed the pass interference against Emmett Mosley that would have given them the ball 1st and 10 on the 18-yard line.
Yeah,
the game would have been over.
Yep.
It's horrible. The Kirby Smart clap thing. Oklahoma against Auburn.
Yeah,
like all this stuff. It's every week, multiple times a week.
I think there was a call in the Florida Georgia game as well this week of
with the drop pass that we don't know if it was actually a drop. It was very close, but I don't think it was enough to overturn a catch if they had given him the catch or whatever. And it's really bad, man. It's really bad.
All right, let's
like
get into
Tim Donaghy level stuff. We're talking about.
Let's get into some of the coaching ones then. Heard this one from Kirk Herbstreit today. Dabo should take a new job this offseason. He shouldn't. Like, I'm saying, so Dabo basically goes to Clemson. He says, guys, it's been great. I've been here too long now. It's time for a change. You guys, instead of firing me, instead of waiting out this season, Cade Klubnik's going to the NFL. We're all moving on. How about I go take one of these many good jobs that are available? And for them, they're hiring a national championship winning coach. I get a fresh start somewhere new. You get a fresh start here. And we all get to be happy with what we're doing with. And we don't have to pay massive buyouts. We don't have to do any of that. We just get to move on. I get to walk away, say, you guys, thank you so much, but I'm going to walk away like how Steve Spurrier did to Florida back in the day where he was like, man, I've been here too long. I've been here too long. Time for me to move on. Is that I think that may be a reasonable thing to think. I don't think Dabo will do it because I think it's a bit too progressive for how Dabo acts. But I think it's an interesting one. If Dabo were like, I can maybe get to Penn State or Florida or maybe Georgia or LSU, maybe even Auburn at a point if I want to go there, but change up what I'm doing.
If you leave Clemson for Auburn, you're a moron, for one thing.
I get that. But I'm saying him knowing I'm going to get fired in like 2 years.
Generally speaking, LSU is probably a better job when it's functioning the right way. It just feels like it would be very Jimbo Fisher to me. Like everybody would be really excited about it.
Yeah.
And he might have a good year, and then it's just going to all completely tank because he's not a modern day coach. Like he's not going to attack the transfer portal and keep up with today's game the way that it should be kept up with.
I think that would be the other piece you'd have to have is you'd have to say, we're hiring you at Florida and we're getting this GM, or we're putting you with somebody to do this, because he's doing more of that at Clemson right now, of just having somebody else handle those kind of issues. And then them have the conversations about what players they need. But I think it'll be interesting. Him at Florida would be interesting to me.
I mean, him anywhere would be interesting. I think where it would be really interesting is LSU personally, just because I think that the ceiling of LSU is so ridiculously high that it could be as good as Clemson or better. I mean, it could be better than Clemson for sure. I just don't believe in Dabo anymore, man. Like every single year your record gets worse over a 7-8 year span is very concerning to me.
It is, but that's what I'm saying is I think that for him to move on and get a fresh start, if you're Florida, I'd be like, just be really leery of that second contract extension. Yeah. and see if he can, reignite some of the pieces in him that made him a really good coach. I would find it to be interesting.
Do you also know, and I have to go back and make sure this is true with like looking at the records. Do you know they've lost their last 6 home games?
Good Lord.
I heard that today. And I was like,
I did love the fact I had seen that Nelly was playing, or Ludacris, I think. Ludacris was playing at the North Carolina Clemson game this year, and it was an 11 a.m. tip, and he played before. And then I saw the clip of him being like, this is the earliest I've ever played, because he's playing like 8:30 in the morning before this game. And then they were like, yeah, they booked this when it was North Carolina Clemson. They had just hired Bill Belichick, and they're playing Clemson. They think this is a night game for sure. They think this is 2 undefeated teams playing each other. And they booked Ludacris to do this big pregame concert performance and then get the 11 a.m. game because they're both terrible. It's hilarious.
Okay, here's the actual stat.
Okay.
They have lost their last 5 home games against Power 4 teams. Or no, their last 6 home games against Power 4 teams.
That's not good.
No, their only home win in that stretch is against Troy, and they were losing that game at halftime.
Let's go into Chan. Are you behind? Texas wins by 15. Are you talking about tonight in basketball? You talking about that?
Yeah, you
Chan?
might be a little behind there, Chan.
Might be behind. We haven't talked basketball in a minute. So he'll hear this in half an hour. All right, next one. Speaking of North Carolina, Auburn will make the next Bill Belichick hiring mistake.
Oh, I think that's guaranteed. If they were smart, they'd hire James Franklin, and he would stabilize that program, and then 4 or 5 years from now, you can move on. But they're probably going to go out and try and make some big splash, and it's going to blow up in their face. Like, I would not be shocked if they hired Jimbo Fisher.
I wouldn't either, and that's what I kind of put as the Bill Belichick. I could see them hiring someone from the NFL who failed out. I could see them trying to go after Matt Patricia.
Oh,
totally see that. Like, you know what I mean?
Guy can coach defense.
I'm sure he can. By the way, how was Penn State's defense this year?
It's really bad.
Oh, who was the coach who was at the genius at Ohio State?
Yeah, he's the defensive coordinator. I know.
So it almost might seem like that defense is more about the players than the coach, the defensive coordinator.
Well, yes.
I'm going to take my shot at Matt Patricia, man. I'm going to do it.
No, I get it. I get it. But he really has done a good job this year.
Yes, no,
You
Caleb
can't take
Downs
that
is
away
great.
from him. It's the first true good job that I think he's done in his career. So we can both take a shot at him.
We'll both take a shot at him. All right, last one for college football. Eli Drinkowitz will finish out of the top 20 at Missouri this year and still upgrade his job.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up being the coach of Florida.
So you think even though if they, don't win tomorrow, they finish like 23 or out of the top 25, they'll still be like, well, he's a good coach. We shouldn't go get a coordinator or somebody else that we think has real potential. We should get a guy who's middling out at Missouri.
Well, Missouri's a lot harder of a place to win than Florida,
but you're playing the same damn teams. I know you think you're going to get all these better players. He's recruiting the same players. He's playing the same damn teams. I don't know how much better you think he's going to get these guys because they'd rather go to Florida. I think you'll get a few, but are you going to get 30 better guys or are you going to get 5? And then you're supposed to be the better player there.
I think you'd win a few more recruiting battles. That being said, I think this is kind of the same conversation that you have with Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss.
Yeah.
For another job. It's kind of like, well, in today's day in college football, is that really necessary? Like, you get everything you want as long as you have the resources and the money to go get players in the portal and to pay recruits. It's not the same thing. I heard Kirk Herbstreit say this today too. It's like, if you can pay your players at the same level or close to it as these other power programs, nobody cares about tradition or, well, they've been really good for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look at what Texas Tech's doing. They just got the number 1 recruit in the country in 2026 or in 2027. They got the number 1 quarterback in the country in 2027. They got the top offensive tackle in 2026. Like, they're recruiting at a really high level because they have a billionaire giving them money. Like, you can find that. You can probably find someone to do that for you and be your sugar daddy anywhere you go.
Yeah, and that's kind of the big piece that you want to find. Because, like, yeah, Florida, you go, well, Florida, man, the history of Florida, and you go, Tim Tebow is an old man to the kids who are going to Florida now. That dude's already, he's an announcer. He's not an NFL, but he's not the guy they're looking up to watching play. So I don't know if that has the same pull. I think now LSU still has a little bit of that because of Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Joe Burrow. That's still there. You can still use that as a piece to help recruit in that world. So in that world, I think LSU still has some of that. But as far as Florida having it, I don't know what player that they're going to be able to go, yeah, this guy was great here. We won a national championship and we did that. So I don't know. We'll see where they're able to pull out of that one. Let's get to some of these NFL overreactions now. Got a few of these ones. All right. First one, the Cowboys trades make the defense good enough to be above 500 the rest of the season.
No.
No.
What they're going to do is they're going to get to like 7-9-1, and then they're going to lose, or like they're going to be like one game out of the playoffs, like one. They're going to be just bad enough to stay on the treadmill of mediocrity. And
it helps that Jaden Daniels is now, had that horrific arm injury that, by the way, was a hip drop tackle. You need to get that out of the game. It just injures the best players every damn year. And there's rules against it now. And the guy still did it and it wasn't called. But it was a hip drop tackle. He drops his hip and pulls him down. And when he does that, he braces himself. And because the full weight of that guy pulling him down, he snaps his freaking arm. So, by the way, get rid of the hip drop tackle. It is a injury creating machine. And it's just awful because it ruins team seasons. And it's just always a defender who's not good enough to tackle. And then he's just like, oh, you know what? I'll just destroy this entire team real quick. All right. Let's go over to the Jets then, Matt. Aaron Glenn is already a lame duck coach. He's a defensive coordinator. They just trade away his 2 best defensive players. The owner has come out and said, well, we don't think Aaron Glenn's the problem. It's our crappy quarterback. They've got a ton of draft picks now to try and go find their next quarterback. But who are they going to find that's going to fix this offense? And now you don't necessarily have the defense.
I think they'll give him some time. I don't think this is – I think Brian Daboll is a lame duck head coach at this point. I find it very hard to believe that they won't give Aaron Glenn a little more time, considering all the draft capital they have.
Let me be perfectly clear. Aaron Glenn will be there next season. He will not win more than 4 games, 5 games next season. There's not going to be a good enough team put together next season for that team to win any games. They're bad now. They're not going to be better.
I don't know. I think that they're going to give him a shot to really do this thing.
All right. You have more faith in Woody Williams than I do. I have a faith that Woody Williams is going to do basically what every other coach has done, which is hire a black coach and then tell him to lose all the games so they can get a better quarterback, then fire him and hire somebody they really like. I don't think that was what he tried to do when he started it, but when they didn't win right away, he's like, cool, we're just going to. Now, we don't care anymore. We're just going to ruin you'll never be able to be a head coach again because of you taking the Jets job. Just throw that one in there. Have fun with that. All right. After the loss this week, the Colts and Daniel Jones have finally hit reality. 5 turnovers for Daniel Jones last week. 5.
I don't think so. I think that they figured something out. Everybody has a bad game. They've been really good most of the season.
They did just trade for Sauce Gardner?
Yeah, I think that they're gonna be a playoff team. I really do.
Oh, they're gonna win that division.
Yeah, like Jonathan Taylor's should be an MVP candidate.
They're gonna be a playoff team in the fact that the Texans don't have an offensive play caller, and the Jags are not very good either. I mean, they just got Jacoby Myers. I don't know if that's gonna save them, but I don't think that there's either one of those teams is gonna really compete to push them out of winning that division race with the head start they have in there. So I believe the Colts will be in the playoffs no matter what because they're going to win the AFC South. All right. This one's just for you, Matt, because I literally read this morning. J.J. McCarthy is back and going to lead the Vikings to the playoffs.
Oh, God. No. J.J. McCarthy is doo-doo.
He's doo-doo.
He did play pretty well against Detroit. I will give him credit.
He played well against Detroit, so he's back, right? So the Vikings are ready to go. Don't need a quarterback. Didn't make a move today. They're ready to go with J.J. McCarthy.
No, they suck. If they get Aaron Williams back, they'll have a chance. But Aaron Jones. But he gets hurt every week.
He's a little bit. An aged running back at this point. All right, a couple more for you. Seattle is the team to beat in the NFC now. Seattle looking really good. Ads, dogs going nuts. Seattle is the team to beat in the NFC. Seattle gets another big win. Seattle makes a trade to add in Rashid Shaheed in the draft today. They're adding now a deep threat to an offense that's already been good. The defense has been playing well. This is the team to beat in the NFC.
Could you hear all of that was going on in the background?
I can see some of it and see
these dogs are just going after each other right now. It's the witching hour. I think the Seahawks are going to be great. I think that it's sustainable. I think that the Shaheed trade was really good. It gives them another guy, especially with Cooper Kupp being injured. I think they're going to keep rolling. I think they're going to be good.
All right, and last one, Matt. This one's going to be hard for you to figure out, but I think it might lead us into some Cowboys discussion. Jerry Jones will still screw all this up.
Yes, of course he will. He always does.
Is that an overreaction?
Hey, you know what? At least he came out on 105.3 The Fan today and said that he has made a lot of mistakes, and he doesn't have time anymore to wait around.
Oh, I heard that.
Because, of his age and all this stuff. So they need to do some stuff to win now. It's like, that's awesome to hear, Jerry. you've been in your 80s for a while now, though. You don't think you could have gotten this mentality sooner instead of hiring a shitty coach like Mike McCarthy?
Also, your words mean a little less when one report came out this week that you said, this is why this is $100 billion. That's why I'm not trying to fix the Cowboys defense right now. And then another report you came out in an interview and said, oh, sometimes I just say stuff to stir shit up because I want to be in front of the cameras. You think maybe we're going to look at you and say, boy, who cried wolf on this one?
I don't believe a single word this guy ever says.
So. I could believe that he has realized now, just keep making big trades. Just keep doing this kind of thing. Make it look like, just kind of moving pieces around and it looks like you're doing something, but you're not really. And then you can just go, I was really trying to win. Did we make another $25 trillion and I'm just super rich now? Okay, great. All right, Stephen Jones, I'm going to sell the team the day before I die and not give you a penny. That's what I'm going to do.
That would be hilarious. Because Steven is slowly turning into Jerry.
He is, but he's more frugal. He's more frugal than Jerry. And Jerry doesn't spend a lot of money for an NFL owner.
And even if you listen to him talk in the way that he talks about the team, he talks about it the exact same way. Mm-hmm. It's like, I really think this is every single year. I think this is the best group of players we've had here in a really long time, and I think that we're ready to compete, and I think that bullshit. It's always the same.
So
here's the thing, Patrick. Just real quick. I hope that I'm wrong about all of this.
Of course.
And I hope that the Cowboys win the rest of their games, go 11-5-1, and win a Super Bowl, and I have to eat crow. Nothing would make me happier than that. But history would suggest that I'm right.
So going into that, last night the Cowboys fall to 3-5-1 with a 27-17 loss at the Cardinals. Cardinals come out today and say, Jacoby Brissett's our dude going forward. We're playing him again next week. Actively, apparently benching Kyler Murray at this point and saying that we'd rather have Jacoby Brissett, which I think is a dumb move if you believe that was good because you played the Cowboys. That seems overreaction right there.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit of an overreaction. God, I'm so tired of these dogs knocking my camera off center. I do find it odd that Kyler Murray had an injury the day that the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale came out, or like the day before or whatever it was. I think it's odd that in Kyler Murray's contract, there's something about video games.
Yeah.
Like how much he's able to play video games.
And having to watch film and all of that. By the way, have you seen the commercials for Battlefield 6?
Is he in them?
No. But the commercials are basically like these comedians going around and filling in for other people's jobs because they're at home playing Battlefield. And you were like, come on, Cardinals. Make it happen. Make it happen.
That would have been a really funny joke.
A little on the nose. You on the nose?
Yeah. I mean, I have a group text. This is how weird the Kyler Murray situation is. I have a group text with my buddies that I go on a Cowboys trip with every year. I haven't been able to go the last couple of years, but we still have the group text. And it's called Kyler Murray's Xbox. He doesn't care. And here's the other thing too. I heard that he's super entitled as well. Like, and just generally an asshole. Like there was this hairstylist that went on a podcast recently and was talking about how Kyler Murray was just a complete dick to her and talking bad about women and doing all this stuff. It's like he just seems like a generally bad dude.
I mean, he did go to Oklahoma
and Texas A&M.
Yeah. You went to A&M and Oklahoma. You're probably not a good person. You went to both. Look, we've always heard the biggest thing you always hear is that everyone who's like played with him is like, that dude is not a leader of men. He doesn't care. He's going to show up and play quarterback, but you can't get paid millions of dollars to be a quarterback in the NFL and not care about it and just be like, I can throw a ball well. Like if you wanted to do that, go play baseball. because he's a good baseball player too. And he could have gone and played baseball and been really good and just show up, hit the ball. You don't really have to be, it's not as much of a team sport in that sense. He could have been able to go do that and probably would have been better than what he's doing in the NFL. Now he got his second contract, so that's why he doesn't have to play baseball.
And that's why the Cardinals are the Cardinals.
But the big problem we saw for the Cowboys last night is the offense didn't get going against Cardinals defense. By the way, Cardinals lost 5 straight games. Defense hasn't looked great. Thought this would be a shootout. But then the offense doesn't work again, Matt. That the Cowboys can't get going. Score only 17 points in this game. If they hit their model, they'd score 35. They win this game easily. But they can't really get it going. It wasn't Javonte Williams. I know he had a fumble, but he was 5.5 yards per carry. You can't necessarily blame it on him not being able to run the football. But Dak looked not great. 5 sacks in the game as well. Offensive line not holding. Is this, like, I know you're trying to fix the defense and putting all of that in there. Is the offense going to hold together enough that it even matters if the defense is a little bit better?
I think they'll bounce back. One thing that was very concerning to me, though, Walter Nolan, the rookie out of Ole Miss, made Tyler Smith look like a high school kid on multiple occasions. That's not good. He's your best offensive lineman by a mile.
Yeah. Didn't you just pay him?
So, yeah.
Just paid him. Walter Nolan just, in his first NFL game, went in there and took care of business. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to allow 5 sacks. Brissett was also sacked 5 times as well. So Dallas was able to get some pressure on him defensively, but this one wasn't necessarily as much of a defensive problem. This one felt like more of an offensive loss. So as much as we're talking about it, like the defense still wasn't good, but didn't feel like it was the major problem in this.
Well, I mean, considering the fact that this is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, the 4th least points you've given up this year. That's what I'm trying to say here, guys. Like, I get that the Cowboys got 2 really good players on defense. And that's great. I hope that it really works out. And I think it's probably going to work out against the Raiders in their next game because the Raiders have a terrible defensive line. But you let 32-year-old Jacoby Brissett, who has played for not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, 7 different NFL teams. 7 different NFL teams. Throw for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns against you. And you let a guy named Amari DiMercado average 5.6 yards per carry. And who is Michael Wilson? Has anybody ever heard of Michael Wilson? He had a 50-yard catch.
Michael Wilson, he was a good point guard. Michael Carter Wilson, I think. No, it was Michael Carter Williams. Played for...
Yeah, it was Michael Carter Williams. A defensive tackle is really going to do a whole lot to help that.
No, you already have 2. You're paying $20 million a year to.
Give me another one.
I know that Quentin Williams is good. I don't want to be the bummer guy on that, but it didn't feel like the position that needed the most work. Now, I get Quentin Williams is a superstar player at his best, so you're adding a superstar player to maybe find a home for Kenny Clark after this season. I mean, you maybe get a 6th back for him or something. I guess a $20 million, maybe a 7th.
But like, yeah, and I agree with you. But like, what are the Cowboys going to do now with this group of players? Are they going to run 5 down linemen every game?
I mean,
are they just going to run a 50 front all year? Or are they going to? I mean, are they going to switch to a 3-4 and put Jadeveon Clowney at outside linebacker?
Dude, they're going to put 5 down linemen, right? And then at the end of the season, be like, guys, no one ran for 100 yards on us after that trade. They threw for 350. They threw for 500 a game on you. Yeah, but they didn't run at all. We stopped the run, you guys. We figured that part out. You got to
stop the run in the NFL to win football games.
I could see that. That sounds about right. Just line up 5, blitz Clowney and Overshawn every play. And just hope for the best.
Did you ever play the NCAA football game back in the day, Patrick?
Yeah, of course.
Do you remember the play Engage 8?
Yeah,
where you just blitzed 8 players. That's what the Cowboys should just do. Just engage 8 the rest of the year
with 3 down, like with 3 defensive tackles.
Yes, yeah. Blitz, like have those 3 defensive tackles in there. Blitz Clowney, blitz Ezeraku, blitz Overshawn, blitz a safety, and blitz a corner every play.
I like it. That's the way to go. That's the way to do it. By the way, we didn't talk about it yesterday much. The Broncos did beat the Texans 18-15. This one, again, felt like a winnable game for the Texans. Basically, C.J. Stroud went down with a concussion, slid late, took a hit, bounced his head off the ground, where we heard that before, and then was out of the game. And Davis Mills came in, and everything sputtered to a complete stop at that point. I mean, but the defense was playing good. It literally, basically the entire second half of that game was, all right, punt. All right, let's see what punt. All right, let's see what can happen. Punt. All right, let's see. Okay, punt. It was brutal. And then basically the Texans get the ball back with under 2 minutes and lose the game. Tie game, under 2 minutes, ball in your hand, and you lose because you don't progress the ball at all. Don't run any time off, missing throws. Then have to punt the ball back to Denver, who can come down and hit a field goal at that point to win the game. And they hit a really long one, but it was just a brutal game for the Texans to lose that one. One that you really thought you could have gone back to 500, been 4-4, getting a win there, and now you don't know where C.J. Stroud's going to be in concussion protocol. Nick Caley, killing me. Fire Mike McDaniel so we can hire him real quick. Please.
Well, the Broncos do have a really good defense, you know.
They do.
This is help. But this is what the Texans are offensively, what the Texas Longhorns would have looked like if Steve Sarkisian wasn't calling plays. And they asked like AJ Milwee or, you know,
I wouldn't even put that on Milwee. If they would have if they would have brought in somebody, if they would have brought in
who's the guy that they brought down on the field in place of Milwee and
his name.
Like just getting a guy who's never called plays before to call plays instead of Sark, and then you have a bad offensive line, really good receivers, unbelievably talented quarterback, but you can't protect him and you can't do anything offensively.
Terrible. Just terrible. All right, we're going to take our second break real quick. We're going to come back. We'll get to our meathead of the day and wrap it up here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Tuesday afternoon before we get to the Texas basketball game versus Duke tonight. Shout out my man Chan, said he was on the road headed to the Moody Center for Maroon 5 tonight. I did not know they were in town. I did not know they were still touring Maroon 5. Makes sense. They're not that old. It's just I have not heard much from Maroon 5 in the last several years, but I'm pretty out of the loop, Matt.
I forgot they existed, so I'm right there with you. Also, here's a fun stat for everyone.
Okay.
You want to hear a cool stat?
I gotcha.
Since the Texas Football put out this stat, since 2023, nobody in the country has more wins against ranked opponents than the Texas Longhorns.
I like that. Matt, do you have any last-minute predictions for the college football playoff rankings? They come out tonight, right?
They do. I think that Texas is going to be like a 10, 11, 12 seed.
Are we ahead of behind of Oklahoma in the college football playoff polls?
They'll be ahead of Oklahoma, I think. I think that there's a really good shot that Indiana is the number 1 overall team. I think Texas A&M is going to be a top 2 seed. And I think that the SEC is going to have more teams in it than anybody.
Well, that makes the most sense. All right. Speaking of the SEC, let's get to our meathead of the day. Nick Saban getting a birthday wish and a birthday cake while watching football. Did not want to be bothered. But this does not look like a man who wants to come back to coaching.
You. Happy birthday to you. Sit up. Happy birthday, dear Dada. Happy birthday to you. Think about a good wish. Good one. Make it good. Make it good. Make it good. Greece, Italy, cruise. Take the family. Good.
Give me the damn
More.
cake.
Yay!
That is a man who does not want to be annoyed. He's like, all right. And then the best part of it, when she goes, sit up, and he immediately sits up.
Hey, Miss Terry runs that household for sure.
Miss
She's not
Terry
letting
runs
him go
that
back to
household.
coaching.
That dude with the blanket over his legs, watching football, just being like, I do not care about any of this. All my family's, and the best part is you can tell none of his family's like watching the game with him. He's just sitting in a room by himself and an old lazy boy watching the game, just like, don't talk to me. Don't come in here. And they come at the cake. He's like, good Lord.
Probably
He
had a
didn't-
couple of oatmeal cream pies.
Yeah, didn't sit up at all until he was told to. Like he was just gonna lay down and be like, do whatever you want. Don't stand in front of the game. I'm watching the game right now.
Yeah, I can't guess Saban's wish right now, Roy. It's get the hell out of my way. There's football on TV. I thought the funniest part of that was Miss Terry going, maybe a trip to Greece or Italy. Like, let the guy just be. He doesn't want to go to Greece or Italy. He wants to sit right there in that lazy.
Also, for the record, that's your wish, Miss Terry. If he wants to go to Greece or Italy, he can just go. He's made a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
He can just go do that. Now I'll tell you this: it will not happen during football season. But you know, if you want to go, it's like maybe a trip to Greece or Italy. Like, yeah, just go do that. You're millionaires who are retired. You can easily go do that.
Honorary meathead, real quick. By the way, there's this guy that I know that lives in Houston who almost every single college football weekend his girlfriend makes them go on a trip out of the country.
What?
Or actually, sorry, his wife, not his girlfriend. So he's locked in.
He has made some bad decisions in his life. It's only happens a few times a year. By the way, Disney, get your shit together. Give us back our sports on YouTube TV. I don't want to have to find somewhere else to watch everything because no one else has all the Fox Sports and all the other stuff that I want to.
The real meathead of the day is Disney.
Did you see today? Apparently, they asked because they don't want to get killed in the ratings for the politics tonight and the voting results. So they were like, "Hey, can you put ABC back on TV for one night?" And they're like, "No." I'll tell you what, we'll put all of your channels back on the air until we reach a negotiation point. If you want to do that, and they wouldn't do it. So we still have to find another way to watch your game tonight on ESPN. But I think some of us have found out our ways already. But
in the college football playoff selection show.
Yes. All right. I will be back tomorrow to get into the college football playoff selections and much, much more in a bye week for Texas. Break down the Texas men's basketball game as well. All of that and more coming up tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.